to her doctor. She mailed it to her mother, who then provided it to the doctor, as I understand it.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Okay.
Are there other exhibits that are agreement or that we have to deal with before the jury comes in?
Not on behalf of the, well, let me see here.
I see a whole bunch about, I guess, Tashana Duncan, a lot of them were admitted, but there's still others. I'm assuming she's testifying today.
She is, after lunch.
Objecting to the all the documents filled out by other people, not her reports, as we've indicated, but we're objecting to 2504, 2508, 2509.
And the basis on those is?
Well, they're hearsay. It's improper character evidence if you look at the contents of them. So improper opinions, but they're essentially hearsay, Judge.
Well, we're not putting those in through this morning through the witness. We'd like to do that maybe at lunch or just before this afternoon. The document we would like for our first witness also is 2002. It's a third from the bottom on the court's list. It's a discharge document from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. The reason
we don't have any objection to that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I didn't indicate one way or the other, I apologize.
All right, no objection.
Okay, court receives the totality of Exhibit 2002.
One moment, Your Honor. That's fine, right here. And it's in evidence physically.
You also want this?
Okay. Yes, I've got that. And one other relatively minor point, but important to the Kowalski children, is we need to get some kind of note from the court so that we don't have truant officers interrupting the trial for school to say that they are participating in the trial as parties, if that's okay.
I'm sure I can do something like that, but my recollection is they're online or virtual learning. I don't know if you can time shift with that or not.
Do you need it? One moment, Your Honor, I'll ask. Apparently this has to do, the court is correct that they do remote. However, there are different projects and assignments that are due, that are lengthy, and the teachers have requested something to indicate for their filing why they can extend a number of these assignments that are important to their grades.
Any objection from the defense?
Yeah.
I'll get something.
And I think that's it, Judge. I think we're ready.
Okay, so what are we doing about those exhibits that have not come in that you wanted to use this morning?
Well, I'd like to cover them, if the court is amenable, beginning at 2011.
No, he's asking.
What? We've got about 12 minutes before 9 o'clock, so whatever you want to do.
You know what? I'll do Maya now. Maya, can you take the stand? I'm just going to ask about this.
Yes, she needs to be sworn.
If you could face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
It's good practice. State your name for the record,
Maya Kowalski,
and where do you live?
Venice, Florida.
And are you one of the plaintiffs in this action?
Yes.
And was there a period of time between October 7th, 2016 and January 14th, 2017 when you were kept at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
During the course of that, did you from time to time write letters to your mother, your father, or your brother?
Yes.
Let me show you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
What's been marked for identification, Trial Exhibit 2375, and ask you to identify whether you are the author of that.
Yes, I wrote the note.
And that is your handwriting?
Yes.
And so, although I don't see that it's dated, is it in any place?
It's not.
But do you recall that whether this was written during the course of your stay at Johns Hopkins?
It was written when I
And
was
can you see
there.
that from what is written there, the descriptions?
Yes.
And in writing this, were you expressing your physical condition?
Your Honor, I just object to the leading.
It's a minor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. What was the purpose involving, what if any involvement does the document reflect as to your mental, emotional, or physical condition, if you can look through it there?
Well, at the time, I desperately missed my family. I wasn't allowed to really have any contact with them. So in this document, I'm expressing how much I miss them. I was extremely depressed. And in the little, as far as physical-wise how I was doing, if you look, there's a heart. And in the heart is pictured my mom on the very far right, and my brother, me in the wheelchair, and then on the very far left would be my dad. So it's showing that I'm still sick.
Were you attempting at this point to address your health while in there?
Yes, but
And
I couldn't explicitly state it.
Because what?
I couldn't explicitly state it because they wouldn't have sent the document.
Was that your intent, however?
Yes.
And did you state in there the status of your pain? I think it's in the top. Is mine? Can I see that up here? Or has the judge got that shut down? I gave away all my copies.
You can put it back on the screen.
When you say not doing the best, but I'm hanging in there, what were you addressing?
I was trying to express that physically I wasn't doing very well. I was in a lot of pain with my CRPS. On top of that, I wasn't doing well mentally because, I was a kid and I was taken away from my family, so you could only imagine.
During this period of time was Dr. John Wasenauer your pediatrician?
Yes.
And through the course of your stay there, did it come to your attention that your parents from time to time would keep him updated?
I figured, I didn't know that entirely, but I could assume.
And did you trust your parents at that time, your mother or your father, to provide information to your pediatrician about your status during the period of time when you could not directly communicate?
Yes.
Your witness.
Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry.
Hey, good morning, Maya.
Good morning.
Just a couple quick questions. Do you know the date that this was sent?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if I understand what you were telling the court, the purpose of this letter was to communicate with your mom, dad, and your brother?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Dr. Wasenauer ever came to see you at All Children's?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, yeah. Do you know if a pediatrician ever came to see you at All Children's?
I believe he did not.
Thank you for your time.
Anything further?
Anything further from the court?
No, anything?
I do not.
Okay, Ms. Kowalski, if you could go ahead and see.
Thank you.
Any further argument on this? I guess I'll start with the defense.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the letter is self-explanatory. It's from Maya while she had a period of no contact due to DCF orders. It's written to her parents. It's not written to the doctor. It's not for the purpose of medical evaluation. I think it's self-explanatory. She wrote it because DCF precluded contact between her and her parents. So there's not a medical exception to this, and it's otherwise hearsay.
What about the state of mind exception?
It wouldn't be relevant to Dr. Wasenauer and to his testimony. I mean, this might come up again as to mine, but I don't understand why this would be relevant to an inquiry to be included within Dr. Wasenauer's records.
Well, at this point, I agree that there hasn't been enough shown for 90.803 for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. It's quite possible that Dr. Wasenauer will say that he used it as such. But I do believe it would qualify and is the exception under 90.803 paren 3 than existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. So I don't have a basis to preclude its admission. So,
Move to admit.
you want to talk to Dr. Wasenauer to see if the other basis is there as well, or?
We covered during,
I'm so sorry.
we covered during cross, Your Honor. I mean,
Okay, then I'll receive Exhibit 2375 over the defense objection. What's next?
I believe that's it. Well, no. We have 4 minutes. So there's a comprehensive med psych evaluation by Dr. Henschke. She is the psychiatrist. This is at 2011 for the record. I do not anticipate her testifying this week. So you're aware
Yes,
of
I
it.
think the issue is we objected to pages 8 through 13. We discussed this quite some time ago with counsel. 8 through 13 is a letter written for the court and an affidavit that she did for the court. It's not part of her medical record. So we're objecting to pages 8 through 13 of the record.
Can you put 813 up real quick?
sure.
Okay, keep scrolling. Keep going, please. Next page. 12 and 13, please. At this time, the court agrees that pages 8 through 13 of Exhibit 2011 are not admissible. So are you agreeing that the balance of 2011, except for those pages, can come in?
Your Honor,
Subject to.
Mr. Anderson and I just had a brief discussion about this. There's certain portions of it that
Should we approve
I think
sidebar
he
for this?
wishes to redact. I won't say what they are, but I think it's something he and I need to talk about.
Okay, so I will not move it in. You all can figure out whatever needs to be redacted.
Right.
If we need to substitute out with the clerk.
You can mark it for identification at this point, Jeff.
Well-
Before it goes in, there needs to be a substitution.
Once it gets marked for identification, then
It can't be
Can we just hold off on this? You
Well,
don't need it.
let's approach sidebar so I can explain to the court a little bit. Well,
is it something for today?
no.
Then let's not deal with it today. It sounds like the defense had a couple of issues they wanted to talk about before we brought in the jury.
Very
Yes,
good.
Judge, we have advised counsel that we object to several of the witnesses that they have indicated they might call today, and I don't know if we want to address that now or
Which witnesses?
later. I don't know if they're calling them or not. One is Meg Boland, and the other one is Alina Kirshner.
We're not calling either today. I don't think we're calling either this week. There's a possibility of Elena Kushner.
Today?
No.
Okay, well, they gave them as witnesses for today. We also, they indicated they want to play the deposition of Dr. Napolitano. We object to that. We don't think he fits within the requirements of the expert exception. And also, they left in, I'm sure inadvertently, but they left in a section that was sustained. The objection was sustained.
Well, I mean, I've already ruled on the Politanos, so if I sustain the objection, it needs to be cut from the video.
We didn't notice it. We didn't review it till 7 o'clock this morning, Judge, because we didn't get
Was
into
there
it.
any indication in there?
We sent the video to them last night. We'll remove the part. We'll take another look and remove that. We're not playing that today,
Oh, you're not? Okay.
unless we run short on time. So
So, Judge, when we had asked who they're calling then today, because they've given us, like, those three were told, and they're not calling any of them. So we would like to know who they're calling, please.
I told Mr. Shapiro and
Just tell me who you're calling.
all right, we've got Dr. Wasenauer this morning, and also Ms. Brown, who was a witness to Maya there in the hospital. This afternoon, then, we have Tishana Duncan and Father Jack Costello.
Were those names provided to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask, and I don't know if this is a Mr. Altenberg and a Mr. Elliott question. I don't see Mr. Elliott. Where are we on the instruction that we talked about on Friday?
I talked briefly to Mr. Elliott, and last night I gave you a shorter edited version of it as well. I would be happy to talk about it sometime later today. I don't think you want to do that right now, but if you're also having the hearing tomorrow morning, I'm not quite sure how long or how much you want to cover, but I was sort of anticipating that they would tell me they want Mr. Elliott to handle it. He'll be there tomorrow.
My understanding is I can give you the morning.
It's important to try to get the ruling so we can get an instruction to the jury that we're not the ones that took her away. If we hear more of that today, I'm not sure whether that will come up in the testimony of Ms. Duncan, for example. That's an emotional issue that is not legally correct.
Well, for Dr. Duncan's testimony, I guess we'll hear whatever it is. I can give you the morning tomorrow. My afternoon, I've already given it for another case, the Manatee case. So,
Your Honor, we filed a response to that special instruction last evening.
okay. Well, the clerk hasn't docketed it yet, so it sounds like that's something we can address tomorrow morning.
Unless it becomes a big issue today, I think tomorrow morning is for that.
Anything else from the defense before we bring in the jury?
Don't do so, Your Honor.
And anything else from the plaintiffs?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
And you saw that I ruled on the round 2 deposition designations, and so,
Well, when this comes up again, Judge, we can address that.
okay.
That particular objection was omitted in other words. It should have been asserted.
I just was referring to, like, there was 10 depositions over the weekend I
Right.
ruled on.
Yeah, and I was making reference, Your Honor, to Napolitano was one of them.
I think that was the first batch. Wasn't Napolitano the
Could be,
first?
Judge.
Yeah. They all kind of blend together, right? After a while, all these depositions.
But
Okay. We ready to bring in the jury?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Jurors entering. Okay, welcome everybody. Please be seated. I want to confirm while you were away for this 3-day weekend, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Okay, did you all have a good weekend? Yes. Okay. Mr. Anderson, call your next witness, please.
Dr. John Wasenauer.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, we're going to sit.
May I please record?
You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
John Wassner.
And have you been called here as the Kowalski's family doctor?
Yes, sir.
Essentially. And so have you treated then Maya Kowalski, Kyle Kowalski, and before her passing, Beata Kowalski?
I have.
Just curiously, have you ever treated Jack Kowalski?
Not to my knowledge.
So I'd like to get the jury to know a little bit about you. You grew up in St. Petersburg, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then attended St. Pete College and University of Florida?
Yes, sir.
And you did a mixed internship residency in pediatrics and internal medicine?
I did a dual combined residency in adult internal medicine and pediatrics.
And where
at
did you
Duke
do
University.
that? And where did you do that?
Duke University.
So these two specializations, can you tell the jury just a tiny bit about the two choices you made, pediatrics and internal medicine, what you wanted to do in your career?
Okay, so basically, the program is the same as a conventional pediatric program, an adult internal program. It just combines the requirements of both programs into an accelerated training, if you will. We have to sit for the same boards as straight adult internal medicine physicians do, and the same boards as straight pediatric physicians do. My original intention when I was making my way through medical school was to do pediatrics, but after an experience on an externship in the islands, I came back and Duke happened to send me a flyer on their program for internal medicine and pediatrics, and that's what I decided was for me, because I enjoyed the spectrum of seeing babies up to the geriatrics. It really appealed to me.
It's gratifying. And what are the additional or different attributes, qualifications in dealing with children over adults that you have noticed? And I'm speaking of this in terms of why you chose pediatrics.
Well,
that's
I was
bad question. Let me know. I'm known to ask
a
some.
little confused. I always tell my patients and people who ask, why do you do that? I say it's the two ends, the young and the very old, that are similar. It's the people in between that are different, and so it's really not that much of a stretch. You just have to keep in mind where people are at this point in time in their growth and development.
And are you board certified in both?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been board certified?
33 years.
And how long have you been in practice?
33 years.
So, So the jury knows, your group is called First Physicians of Sarasota? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
And is that part of Sarasota Memorial Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And through that, do you and do you still do your own pediatric hospital work?
Up until 2018, we admitted to both hospitals everything from pediatrics to adult internal medicine. Now the group, our inpatient work is limited to newborns.
How many years did you spend practicing in hospitals in the sense of admissions following patients there?
So that would be probably 28.
And over the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to treat patients with CRPS?
I've had a couple of adult patients. Maya was my first pediatric patient.
Outside of CRPS, have you treated other chronic pain patients?
Absolutely, it's a big part of the practice.
And so, did there come a time that Maya Kowalski and the Kowalskis, Kyle, Maya, Beata, became patients of yours?
They in 2014, 2015. Yeah.
Yes. All right. And so, through the course, and do you continue to treat them to this day?
I do.
Approximately how often do you see them?
Depends on what's going on. Recently, maybe once or twice a year.
Okay. And then up until, let's say, the summer of 2015, how would you describe Maya's health?
It was good. She wasn't different than a lot of my other pediatric practice. She had asthma, she had some allergy issues, but that's pretty common in pediatrics.
Now, as a pediatrician, are you required by the state of Florida that if you see any signs of, confirmed signs of child abuse, that you have to report?
Absolutely.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
Sorry?
You can answer the question.
Yes, sir. I'm compelled to report it.
Tell the jury about Beata Kowalski from the times that you saw her and know her. What was she like in your professional view as a mother?
As a mother, she was very attentive, and I feel very loving towards her family and her children, very concerned about them always when I saw her.
Did you ever see at any time any indications whatsoever that Beata Kowalski contained any signs, warning signs, troublesome indications that would indicate that she might be in any way abusive to either of her children?
No.
So then, as the care progressed, then did there come a time when Maya started to have unusual pain symptoms?
That was after her July admission, when everything started.
Okay. And so let's look at, if we can, 1066-003. And we can pull it up here for you, Doctor, I think. And the date of this, for the record, is a visit of September 2nd, 2015.
Yes, sir.
And we've got this before you here. So what was going on with Maya at this time, just generally?
According to my note, that this was a follow-up of a series of ER visits and hospital visits, she had asthma exacerbations and had been requiring steroids, and had actually been admitted to All Children's on July 7, 2015 with an asthma exacerbation.
Does it say there how long she was? And I'm not sure it does. I'm not suggesting that it does, but...
She was discharged on the 11th, it says.
All right. So 4 days there at Johns Hopkins?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so it says here she's had tremendous difficulties with pain control requiring high levels of analgesia. And did you see her then at this time and physically examine her on September 2nd, 2015?
Yes, I did examine her.
And what did the examination reveal, if anything?
Can you pop up to the next page, please?
Yes, that would help.
All right, that basically I did not have any focal findings on that particular time.
All right. Now, it says there, steroid-induced myopathy with severe intractable pain. Now, at this point, had anyone ID'd, if you will, CRPS?
No, sir.
Best of your knowledge. And had you seen Maya enough times at this point to be able, or strike that, had she expressed symptoms
of my in the past, when this became, it was first described in the late 1800s in pediatrics, 1970s, I think. But because it didn't have a hard and fast blood test you could do, or a CAT scan, or an X-ray, or something like that, a symposium of experts convened to try and standardize the description for complex code.
And opioid prescribed,
To my knowledge.
and this was by whom?
I'm assuming this is an all children's discharge.
Yes, it's an all children's. All right. So, now, let's turn then to a couple months later, November 5th, 2015, and that's it previously admitted into evidence 1066-0007. This is your visit, as I say, November 2015, so you're about, what, just less than a month later. So tell the jury what's going on here.
Okay, I'm got a blank screen right at the moment.
That makes it hard.
But I have paper backup because I'm old school.
It's 100
What was the date?
10. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's 1066-0007. And I can put it up on here.
All right, there we go.
There we go. Okay. And is this your note?
This is my note.
What's happening now with Maya, and then we'll get into her family.
All right, so I go on to note that she was hospitalized at All Children's from October 20th to October 23rd with abdominal pain.
Was this then the second admission to the best of your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
They worked her up for abdominal pain. They said she was noted to have obstipation, which is a fancy name for severe constipation. On workup, they put a tube down her nose into her stomach to assist the treatment of that condition. And she was giving something called Miralax, which is commonly used to resolve the condition.
So the jury is aware. This is before the Mexico visit, is it not?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
All right. And so as of November 5th, 2015, this obstipation, that means that Maya was suffering from severe constipation right there?
That's what their assumption was, but as we can get into at some point, she has had ongoing abdominal complaints across time, of which there were some objective findings that I don't think that was the whole answer, is the long and the short.
Okay. All right. And so then she is seen by another pediatric GI. I'm trying to skip ahead here.
Okay.
And then it says there's something about the parents. Can you tell the jury what was going on with Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski?
So they were frustrated with the GI visit in that they didn't feel that her symptoms were being addressed. And I made the comment that Jack and Beata were taking turns attending Maya at night as her sleep was greatly disturbed and she would wake up with pain requiring the attendance of her parents. So both parents were having their sleep significantly shortened and attenuated by the ongoing symptoms.
Were the parents under stress at this point?
Absolutely.
And is that an unusual state for parents of a child with a painful condition?
Absolutely not. Any parent who's seen their child suffer and feels like they haven't gotten adequate resolution or control of that is going to be extremely stressed until that situation is met.
Now, underneath the current medications, can you tell the jury whether, and on the next page, plan, it also talks about, what I'm trying to inform the jury of is what meds were you and what meds did you receive back from that had been previously described by All Children's or someone else?
Okay, so there's quite an extensive list of medications at the time I saw her on November 5th. Basically all those, she came to me with those from other physicians. The only change I made was to put her on a more powerful acid blocker to try and get her some improved control of her GI symptoms.
And again, at this point, any signs of conversion or factitious disorder or any other psychiatric,
No, sir,
psychological problem?
not by my account.
Let's then go to what's been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0009. For the record, Your Honor, this is a visit of December 17th, 2015, again about a month and a week after the last one. So, what's going on here now?
Okay, so now she has come back to me from her trip to Monterrey, Mexico, where she underwent the ketamine-induced coma for 5 days. And mother had reported that she had significant improvement following that treatment.
And I take it that you knew she was going to do the Mexico trip before they went?
Yes, sir.
And from your research, what were your thoughts of Maya undergoing this? And first, let me ask you, in your review, did it appear that Maya had already been treated with the typical, if you will, first stage treatment of CRPS by this point?
Check the form, Judge.
I'm not sure of the actual question, so why don't we start with
It may not have been a question. What I'm trying to get at is, what, if any, investigation did you do in looking at whether Maya's trip to Mexico was warranted from prior care? That's a little
So basically, Maya had been tried on the usual things that pain management does, and we do a significant amount of these conventional things in primary care, use of different non-narcotic pain medications, things called like tramadol, and I think the ketorolac, and I see a clonidine in there. At one point she was on things called gabapentin. So they had really run through the usual list of things that we try outpatient for pain control.
And had she been through the regimen of OT, PT?
Yeah, she'd been trying that all along.
And for the jury, what are those, OT, PT?
Oh, sorry, yes. Occupational therapy and physical therapy. They try and improve her conditioning and use of her extremities and try and prevent long-term damage or contractures and loss of use. One thing I should say is that when you have difficult to treat conditions that aren't responding to usual modalities, it's not unusual for parents to seek other options and other treatment, especially if they see their child is having ongoing pain, it's not being adequately controlled by the medical establishment. So I'm not surprised. I have a lot of motivated parents that, you know, start doing research, start contacting institutions and things to see, okay, the conventional stuff isn't working, what else do we have? And so that by itself isn't unusual.
So, and what was Beata's profession?
She was a registered nurse, specifically trained in IV infusions.
From your interaction with her, did she appear to have a good, bad, working, or excellent, strike it, how would you describe her medical knowledge for an RN of her experience? So
Beata is a very intelligent, assertive female with an excellent knowledge base, and sometimes medical professionals push back against that. But she knew what she was talking about. She was very smart.
And so there's been some testimony about risk factors in this type of treatment, the one in Mexico. What, if any, concerns did you have, and how did you resolve it? Within your mind as a attending pediatrician for the family.
Well, it's definitely an unusual line of treatment that certainly I hadn't had previous experience with. So, you know, I know that the parents were looking to help their little girl and that they had tried all the usual things, and so they were going after this. if I can expound on the moment, ketamine has been used, ketamine is now used in a wide variety of...
Hold on, Doc.
Sir.
You kind of need to wait for a question.
Okay, sorry.
This treatment involved ketamine. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about how your knowledge of ketamine influenced any advice you gave to the family?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a narrative answer.
Overrule on that one. You can answer.
Can you, I'm sorry, rephrase it one more time?
Sure. Can you tell the jury, insofar as the advice you were giving the parents about this, how your knowledge of ketamine and whether that influenced it?
I did not have adequate experience with the use of ketamine in that particular circumstance to give them a good background one way or another as far as whether it would be helpful. But I had heard of a wide variety of uses for ketamine in the past, IV ketamine.
And was there a physician involved who did have experience in these?
That definitely falls into the purview of pain management specialists, especially if they're trying to complete or treat something like complex regional pain syndrome.
And had she been to Dr. Kirkpatrick by that time?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, did Dr. Kirkpatrick have the necessary history, training, and specialization to advise the family in that?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Judge Locke, Foundation.
Overrule that objection.
So now, can you explain a little bit about ketamine and how it functions in this CRPS venue to the jury?
I am not an expert on the use of the
How about this?
pathophysiology.
How about, what is the history of ketamine as a treatment?
Ketamine is used...
Objection, Your Honor, it's a lack of foundation. There's no knowledge or expertise been demonstrated.
Why don't you
I'll
show
let
more
you-
foundation?
Yes, sir. So through the course of your practice, have you had the opportunity to follow patients who have been through surgeries?
Yes, sir.
And have those surgeries involved sedation using ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And through the need to understand the patients, have you had the opportunity to perform research or otherwise inquire to ensure you had adequate knowledge of the function of this drug?
It came up during my training as far as pharmacologic teachings, but nothing extra on top of that.
While not an expert in it, are you familiar with the basics of ketamine insofar as its general uses in medicine?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask again. Can you give the jury a bit of an overview of the uses of ketamine in treatment of various diseases?
So obviously we're here talking about ketamine to be used in complex regional pain syndrome. It's also been used in induction. It's also been used, induction of anesthesia. It's also been used in refractory depression that hasn't responded well to other of our conventional medications. And that one, actually, you can get IV infusions of ketamine in Sarasota now for refractory depression by,
All right. So,
trained specialists. And so it's not uncommon.
is it FDA approved for that use now?
I believe it is for depression.
And so the use of ketamine in this instance to treat CRPS, what is the term off-brand or off-label?
Off-label.
What can you explain to the jury what that means?
So frequently in medicine, a drug is originally approved for a very specific indication. Say, for instance, amitriptyline was originally approved for depression. We don't use it that much for depression anymore because it's not great for that. We have better drugs, but we use it off-label for sleep disturbance. We use it for recurrent headaches. We use it in pain management. So a lot of times a drug was approved for a specific indication by the government, the FDA, and later on through research and trial and error and things, it gets used for other conditions that originally it wasn't studied for. Most companies don't go back to the FDA and get those specific approvals because that's an expensive process and very time-consuming and expensive.
All right, going back to the visit then, 1066-009, you noted that, quote, skin lesions she was suffering from have resolved. Tell us about Maya's skin lesions and the relationship to CRPS.
Well, one of the things that is described in CRPS is these nonspecific lesions that are on their extremities that sometimes can correlate with the activity of the disease, but to my knowledge, to present understanding, these lesions aren't definitive proof, so I can't biopsy these lesions and say, okay, that's a CRPS lesion. They've been noted by other clinicians to occur during the course of the disease, but at this point of our understanding, they do not help you nail the diagnosis, if you will.
Were her lesions improving?
Well, they had, I didn't comment on my note there that there was anything unusual for me to see, so by definition, they must have improved.
But she had had skin lesions apparently before going to Mexico?
That's my understanding.
And this is after Mexico or before?
This one's after.
Okay. All right. And after Mexico, can you tell the jury whether she had improvement in her asthma?
Yes, she did have improvement in her asthma, and that is one of the things that her pulmonologist had commented on, that ketamine is sometimes useful for relieving bronchospasm and helping control asthma, so it has had a little side benefit there.
As to the latest research on the relationship of different skin lesions to CRPS, would you defer to the CRPS experts?
Absolutely.
And so it says still in a wheelchair but can be touched and examined more readily than before. Can you explain to the jury what allodynia is insofar as Maya's CRPS and why this is important?
Okay, so that's a very important thing to appreciate, because until you've seen it on a patient, it's very striking. So allodynia is another fancy name for saying that a slight or a light touch, a normal touch, if you will, causes severe pain in an individual. So a light brush can cause excruciating pain. And it is one of the factors that's in the definition or criteria for CRPS by the Budapest criteria. It can occur in other conditions. I have another patient who had a cervical spine injury that had severe allodynia. And if you haven't seen it before, and I think that's part of the problem where some of these physicians, when they are assessing Maya, you think, well, this person's carrying on, they're being histrionic, they're exaggerating, okay? Because it doesn't initially make sense to you as, oh, all I did was barely touch her, and she, jumped back and carried on. And for those people, it's a real thing. It's a real, it's not a fake. At some point, they'll talk to you about the McGill pain score developed by a famous Canadian medical university, assessing different levels of pain attributed to different conditions. And it's very near the top. It's a difficult
response to the question.
What is the McGill pain scale?
It is a scale developed at McGill University to show levels of pain attributed to various conditions.
Do we have that readily, or can we find that? If we can't, we can wait and move on. But and then if you'll let us know an exhibit number before we display it. It's not an exhibit yet? We'll hold off. Okay. So then you saw her again on February 22nd, 2016. I think we'll skip ahead in the interest of time on that one, and then go to what's been previously marked in evidence 1066-0013, which is your visit of April 1st, 2016. All right. So tell the jury what's happening here under a history of present illness.
Okay, so she had been getting, this is April 2016, she had been getting ketamine infusions 3 to 5 times a week for the month of March and was having physical therapy. At that time, she had had a port placed in her left lateral chest.
By whom?
All Children's, I believe.
By
Let me explain
Johns
to the
Hopkins, All
jury what a
Children's?
port is and what they use it for real quick. It's just a device planted underneath the skin. We frequently use, say, in chemotherapy for cancer patients or for children who have blood conditions that require frequent laboratory studies or treatments. So it's a little device that's inserted underneath the skin. It has a tube that goes into their circulation. It makes access easier for their treatments.
And this was placed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you say here to schedule to get some IVIG treatment. What is that?
Okay, intravenous immune globulin. So basically that's a product that's used in medicine, purified form of a protein that's important in the immune system. IVIG has a wide variety of uses, even in neurologic conditions. We use it to treat Guillain-Barré, which is the ascending paralysis condition. And in children who have immune deficiency and are susceptible to infections, we use it in that circumstance. So it has and actually there was a paper that they used IVIG specifically with.
Objection, Your Honor, the medical literature being used to bolster.
He hasn't identified it and he hasn't stated it.
Overruled that objection. You can continue.
Go ahead.
There is a paper that wrote about the use of IVIG in CRPS.
All right, and then it says here in the middle of present illness, her appetite is variable, but she looks better. Can you tell the jury from what you recall, how did Maya look better? What was significant to you, if anything?
Just that she had looked physically feeling better than on her previous visits with me.
Mm-hmm. More talkative, more movement, a little better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then under impressions, your number one impression was? At the bottom?
The CRPS. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now let's move then to what's been previously marked in evidence as 1066-0015. And for the record, this is a visit with you of August 11th, 2016. So now we're 4 months later. And how's Maya doing now? She's some, 9 months post-Mexico.
Okay, so she's doing her physical therapy in the pool 3 days a week. Make the remark that she's made significant progress. At the time, she was getting the IVIG treatments and scheduled to start ketamine treatments again.
And it also says she'd finished 40 hyperbaric treatments in mid-July. Do you know whether the Kowalskis were looking for other treatments to supplant the ketamine at this time?
They were investigating various options to try and bolster her and get her better, and that was one of them.
And ketamine treatments were fairly expensive, or do you know?
They're expensive.
So was this an attempt to find a more...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation of the state of mind of someone.
Well, I haven't finished the question.
Okay, well, let's let him finish the question, but let's make sure it's not speculation.
I'll rearrange. What, if anything, was their goal in using the hyperbaric and the IVIG insofar as the continued use of the ketamine?
What did I think about the treatments of the
I'll
IVIG?
withdraw. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, what's her weight there? Under physical exam?
29.4 kilos.
Okay. So what does it say there in this first paragraph under history? How is her appetite? It's a
Talking
less.
about the August 2016 visit?
Yes, sir. Under the history of present illness, that first paragraph, last sentence.
Appetite was good, and she had a good weight gain.
All right. So overall, now 9 months after the Mexico treatment, what was your impression of how Maya was doing insofar as her CRPS and overall health?
It was progress.
Let's then go to February 22nd, 2016. Let me see, am I out of the, no, sorry. I think we've already been through that. Yeah, we've already done that one. One moment. All right, so I'd like to talk a little bit about Maya's weight before and after she went into Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on that October 7th, 2016 through January 14th, 2017 visit. We're here about.
Hold on one second, Dr. Wasenauer. Dr. Wasenauer just pulled out some files.
Yes.
Okay.
I told counsel he was bringing his files, and we previously marked into evidence the one that we're going to use, which I'll reference now, Your Honor.
That's fine.
There's 2792.0-001, and then Dr. Wasenauer, if you have other records that confirm this chart, let us know as we ask questions. But if we could bring up 2792-001 for the jury. Okay.
Can I explain what this is?
Yeah. Can you explain what this is?
Okay. So in pediatrics, we use growth charts for height and weight, pretty standard from the time they're newborn up until 18. It's basically a graph constructed from measurements over thousands of children. It's standardized. The bottom of the graph is the 5th percentile, the top on this particular one, 97th percentile. Anything between the top and the bottom of the graph is considered normal. The dark line in the middle is considered the median, the 50th percentile. In pediatrics, we use it to assess for deviations in the patient's condition. So, for instance, if we get an infant that's failing to thrive, that they're following a particular line on the growth chart, and suddenly they're falling off that line, they're falling below, or conversely, if it's going up, then that's your cue to ask more questions, do more investigations, what's going on, that they're falling off their growth curve.
Now, did I ask you to go back and look at weights of Maya immediately before she went in to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on October 7th, 2016, and your next visit immediately after her January 14th, 2017 visit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your findings were?
Basically, that the weight in August of 2016 was 64.8 pounds, and when she came out, she was 64.6 pounds, so no real change.
But she'd actually gone down 0.2 pounds?
Yes, sir.
So there's been a representation here that Maya gained weight during her visit. From your records, is that confirmed or rejected?
By my records, by my scales that we normally weigh her on, she was essentially the same or slightly less.
No significant gain at Johns Hopkins from your weights?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
What, if any, weight gain at Johns Hopkins was reflected, if any?
nothing was reflected as far as gaining weight.
Okay. Tell us about Kyle now. There was an allegation raised about Kyle Kowalski and failing to thrive or malnourished. Can you tell the jury about Kyle's?
Can I object to the predicate, Judge? There's an allegation
Just from
being quoted that I'm not aware of.
Sustained. Let's just ask questions without the commentary.
Tell us about Kyle's weight.
Kyle's been a pretty healthy guy, and I don't get to see him very much. And he looks, like a lot of my other teenage males, long and slender, and can probably eat you out of house and home. So I don't have any concerns regarding Kyle.
Got it. Now, did there come a time that, hang on one moment, let me see. I wanted to continue on then to 1066-10017. And this is a visit, January 18th, 2017, noting for the record that Maya had left Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on the 14th. Now, if you would, just review that again. It's 1066-0017.
This is the one in 2017 visit?
Yes, sir.
So basically, this is the first time I've seen Maya since coming out of All Children's, and it was, as I made the comment, a terrible ordeal. I made the comment that Child Protective Services stepped in and removed custody of Maya from the parents, and that they were accused of Munchausen by proxy, and labeling the child as having a fictitious disorder or a conversion disorder.
Again, had you ever seen any signs of that as the family pediatrician?
No.
How was Maya doing physically after the ministrations of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Not great, but she was grateful to be out of the hospital.
Okay. And it says that in the middle there, Maya continues to have great difficulties and is in worse physical shape than what she went in.
Yes, sir.
You see that? Was that your observation at the time?
My observation.
And then it says, prior to her being admitted, she was able to push herself around in the house with a wheelchair and do transfers back and forth from the chair to the wheelchair. And was she able to do that now that she'd been in there for 3.5 months?
She was much more sensitive to the pain.
Did it appear that the CRPS had improved or gotten worse from your perspective?
Worse, my opinion.
Then at the bottom, the third line or fourth line up from the first paragraph, history of illness, did you note some scattered lesions on her arm?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury whether these appear to be substantially the same as the lesions that you had noted prior to her going in to Johns Hopkins? Did they look the same, generally the same as the ones you'd seen?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so she is going then to see a specialist in Rhode Island?
Yes, sir.
And by this point, her mother's passed?
Yes, sir. She passed on January 7th.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, if we can, about the time period when the Kowalskis went in on October 7th. Over this period, those first few days at Johns Hopkins, what, if any, contact did you have with anyone there?
I received a call from a resident physician from All Children's just asking some basic questions about her condition.
And how long was the phone call, would you say?
A few minutes.
And during that phone call, did he explain to you that they were questioning her CRPS diagnosis?
No, that was not made clear in my conversation with them.
Did they ask you anything about your knowledge or your basis of knowledge as to whether there was any history indicative of Munchausen by proxy?
No, sir.
Did they ask you for any information about your knowledge of whether you saw any signs in Maya of conversion disorder or factitious disorder?
No, sir.
Did it surprise you when you learned what was actually going on?
Yes, very much.
Objection, Your Honor, surprise, irrelevant.
I'm sorry, what's the legal
Irrelevant.
basis?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
And can you tell the jury what's wrong with this picture? In other words, if it is, what are your concerns with the level of investigation with you under these circumstances?
If you're considering a patient having conversion disorder or Munchausen by proxy, in which someone is inflicting harm on a patient, it can be a very difficult thing to establish, and so you need to talk to multiple physicians and multiple individuals to get their perspective on, you basically get all the information, basically saying, does this have basis, does this have merit? And it's very difficult. The consequences are high if you get it wrong, if you accuse somebody of it, and it's not the case, it's a terrible thing. If you have a case and they miss it, and the child goes on to be, subject to this, it's also a terrible thing. So it's very important that you utilize all the information at hand, and you certainly, in the articles I've read, talking to the primary care physician is one of the big components of that.
And are you, through those conversations?
Hold on one second, Mr. Anderson.
May we approach?
You may. Members of the jury, I'm going to direct that you disregard that last answer, and I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to remind you that the court has already determined that there was a good faith basis for the call to the Central Abuse Hotline. Now, Mr. Anderson will be allowed to ask follow-up questions relative to the standard of care, though. Mr. Anderson.
Leaving aside anything about the court order to the initial two calls, but just dealing with the standard of care here for pediatricians in this situation. What is the standard of care in terms of contacting the prior treating physicians, including the attending pediatrician?
It would be my hope that that would be mandatory.
And what are the risks if the doctor of the hospital, in this instance, fails to contact the prior treating physicians?
Then you're at risk of making a grave mistake, and child protection team is a difficult. It's a difficult.
We'll stay away from that.
Okay.
So there's no question pending, and whoever's cell phone's going off in the audience, let's turn it off, please.
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
He's going to ask you a different question.
Yes. Okay. Now, prior to this, did I ask you to review the records of Maya's liver function? And those are related, among others, in 1066-38 through, and we don't have to pull these up, it's just for the record.
Is that the end of the question?
Yeah, not yet. I'm trying to make sure I get the record straight here. Among others, 1066, 38, and 39. But did I ask you to review the Maya's chart insofar as her liver functions around the time that she returned from Mexico and from there on during the ketamine treatment?
Yes, sir.
And
Do we have a clarification of where these records he's been asked to review come from?
Please do that.
yes. Have you, all right. Through the course of your care and treatment of Maya, did many of the providers provide you with their notes and test results?
I saw the lab results performed by Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hanna on occasion and saw their liver function test, yes, sir.
And your chart, does it not, reflects notations from, among others, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and from Tampa General Hospital, does it not? And if you
My
have
recollection, sir.
okay, and from Sarasota General.
Yes, sir, but I don't have those open in front of me right now.
Okay. Well, for example, as to, I think this is Sarasota. Yes, Memorial at 1066-0038 to 1066-0039. And on to 1066-0040, 1066-0041, 1066-0042, 43.
Is there a question, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I had the record clear of what was in evidence, Your Honor. Based on your review of the records provided to you, the blood work done on Maya Kowalski, first, did she have any issues insofar as cholesterol or other typical issues?
I had seen a blood result. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't tell you when it was that she had high cholesterol at one point.
Okay.
I'm looking at this lab report from 6/18/19 that shows essentially normal liver function tests.
Okay. And working backwards then, in your review, did you see any indications that the ketamine treatment was causing any damage or problems to her liver?
No, sir, I did not see that.
If Maya had had any difficulties with cognitive function as a result of her ketamine treatments, did you see, and I'm just asking this, I don't know, and did you see her enough times to be able to tell if she was displaying some?
I never saw any evidence of cognitive dysfunction with Maya.
There was a medical referral form, and I think this one, make sure I've got the date here. I believe it's 1066-0097, the one immediately before or during the period of time of relapse. Let's pull it up and see if we got the right one here. This is in evidence and part of his record, Your Honor. All right. Now, did there come a time on a medical referral form where you had written to the school board various reasons why Maya should stay in her homeschooling program rather than going back into school? This is before the Johns Hopkins admission.
Okay. Yes, and I've done this in a number of circumstances with other children with chronic medical conditions. It was my opinion that in this circumstance, with her complex medical history and the things she'd been going through, that she was best served by continuing her hospital homebound status, meaning that teachers would come and work with her at home, and that way she could go get her treatment, she could get physical therapy, she could get the things that she needed to do. And it was my opinion that she would be best served by doing this.
So, for instance, where at least one of them reflects that some of the medications that Maya takes may cause some lack of function. Was that because you're actually observing it, or because the school board needed some reasons why?
The school board needed a reason. It wasn't I'm trying to work within the parameters they give me. The medications that she was on, in theory, could have caused difficulties, but I did not witness those.
Was this a chance? Was this just the family asked you to help them, and you were trying to help them with?
Yes.
All right. Now, I noticed also in your records you received several notes from Johns Hopkins, both before and after the Mexico trip. And I'd like to take you through one before and one after. There is one which has been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0103. And this is from Dr. Tony Kreisman. It's dated August 17th. Maybe that's the wrong one. Let me make sure I got the right one. Okay. Let's show instead, wrong year, sorry about that, Exhibit 1066-106 and 1066-0107. So it's 0106, 0107. First, on dash 01006, at this time, how many medications did Dr. Kreisman at Johns Hopkins note that Maya had?
There's 17 on her medication list.
The record speaks for itself. He's asking for an opinion regarding another witness's record.
Let's just go with legal basis. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Predicate.
Still sustain.
Okay. All right. And so does it reflect there that Dr. Kreisman was noting that Maya was receiving ketamine infusions
Same objection.
there at the top?
That's,
This is part of his file. It's a note.
I'm going to overrule this one, but we're not going to read the entire file here.
No,
Okay.
I don't plan to. All right. And does it indicate also that she had begun hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
yes, sir.
If you look then on the next page, can you tell us the note from Dr. Kreisman back to you under the physical examinations, what he was reporting to you in terms of, let's see.
Same objection, Judge. Apparently we need to approach.
Do we need to approach Mr. Anderson? Because I'm going to sustain the objection.
Judge, I'm just asking him whether he was advised by the hospital on a particular point.
Sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So how is Maya doing of late? Strike that. Did there come a time after she left Johns Hopkins that she had a relapse of her CRPS?
She had a period where her weight went down dramatically, and she again developed pain in her extremities.
And was it necessary then to hospitalize her?
It became necessary to hospitalize Maya when all our measures trying to get her weight up and to treat her effectively as an outpatient failed. And we were very sensitive to the fact that the last thing that Maya and her family wanted to do was go back in the hospital, and we tried as long as we could until it was clear we were at a dangerous point that we needed to hospitalize.
Did Maya want to go in or not go in?
She didn't want to go in.
And did this involve a feeding tube?
Yes, sir, it did.
And Maya was complaining of pain in her midsection and extremities at this time?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, if you do, whether this was caused by something physical or emotional? And I'm not asking for the actual event, but if you know which it was.
I think it was caused by both. I think she was under extreme stress at the time, and I think things went south on us in a hurry.
Now, insofar as how Maya is strike that. Let me show you trial exhibit for marker identification 2375 and ask you whether this appears as part of your medical records. I'll have it brought up there. I have a hard copy if you need.
Yes, this was a letter sent to me by Beata after the protective order was put in place.
All right. And then why did you place this in your file?
Just because I thought it underscored that, she wasn't being abused, that people weren't doing things to her, that she, put her in pain and was, it underscored to me how much she loved her parents and how much she wanted to be reunited with them.
Did it advise you of her a medical and emotional condition?
Yes.
And this has been previously admitted, Judge?
Yes.
Permission to publish the original to the jury, but I need to show the witness first to elaborate on what's in the back. May I approach?
One to do from the clerk. The clerk has the original.
Now, on the back side of this, are there any imprints there that you noted?
There was some areas of increased coloration that were, I assume, corresponding to the kisses she was sending to her family.
Permission to publish the physical?
You may. Again, members of the jury, you're going to have all the exhibits in the back room with you when you deliberate. So this will not be the only time you get to see this or any of the other exhibits.
I know what I wanted to ask you. May I proceed while they're observing that, Your Honor?
If we're having the jury look at something, we should wait. Doctor, you can't be looking at your phone right now.
Sorry.
Mr. Anderson, just to let you know, we've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes, so at some point in the next 15 or 20 minutes, we need to take a break.
I will be done before 10:30, Your Honor.
Okay.
Two more areas of questions, Doctor. You previously testified concerning the standard of care in these circumstances. The standard of care in this area, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience and knowledge of the standard in this area, as you previously testified, as to whether failure to advise oneself, a physician's failure to advise himself or herself of the history of the family with, among others, the treating pediatrician, is a breach of that standard of care?
I believe so.
Overruled.
I believe it is.
I want to take you back to one other point. On the 5th of August 2015, and I'm not sure whether we've got that one to bring up real quick, but there was a prescription for Xanax and Celexa to Beata Kowalski. I don't know if you recall prescribing those to her.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose?
Maintenance medications. I'd say half to a third of my patients are probably on SSRIs or benzodiazepines these days, and so it's a stressful world out there, and we use the tools we have to try and get them through these stressors.
And were the Kowalskis going through at this point in 2015, before anyone diagnosed what was wrong with their child, a stressful period?
Yes, sir.
And
Did you then diagnose her as having any type of psychological disorder, or was this simply an episodic event?
No, I did not diagnose her as having a psychological disorder. It was simply given to her to try and help her cope with the stress.
Thank you, doctor. Their witness.
Is your cross going to be more in about 10 minutes? Just trying to figure out when we're going to take our break, and it sounds like we're going to take it now. I see that one of the jurors has is that a question? Is it a question for the doctor? We need to wait until all the questions are asked, so why should we move on to that? Members of the jury, we're going to take a break. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information about this case. And we'll call you back in about 15 minutes.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Okay. Please be seated, everyone. The jury is out of our presence. Dr. Wasenauer, while we're on break, you cannot discuss this case with either side. If you need to return your emails and calls, that's fine, so long as it has nothing to do with this case, okay? Any issues we need to address before we take our break? Okay, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. I appreciate it. And make those calls.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Morning. We've met before, haven't we, Dr. Wasenauer? Sorry, sir? We have met before. Yes, sir. Nice to see you. Let's kind of get a couple things squared away up front if we could. You've been treating the Kowalski family with the exception of Jack for several years, correct? Yes, sir. And you agreed to appear here to testify on their behalf, correct? Yes, sir. Did you have occasion to meet with Mr. Anderson before you appeared here today? I did. Okay. And he had a discussion with you about what your testimony would consist of? We had some discussion about possible things that would be discussed, yes, sir. Well, he asked you to review some records for him, correct? Yes, sir. And testify about those records? Yes, sir. All right. And you are appearing here today as an advocate for the Kowalski family, is that right? Yes, sir. Okay. So you're not just a witness, you're an advocate. Yes, sir. Let me take you back, if I could, to the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski. That was in 2014? Yes, sir. I don't want to belabor this, but she came in at that point to just establish a relationship, a new pediatrician in Florida. Yes, sir. All right. And she came in with a diagnosis of asthma, correct? Yes, sir. And she had an action plan for the asthma. Yes, sir. Is that right? Did you ever get her records from her previous physician? I have a copy of their action plan. Mm-hmm. Would you ever get her records from a previous physician? I don't think I had anything from the Chicago hospital. Well, you never talked to her previous physician who was transferring care to you, did you? No, sir, I did not. Now, just for kind of a baseline here and for future reference, what was, I've got 1066-1, but the only reason I mentioned that is to call attention to the weight at that time. What was the date of that, sir? That was 11/25, check that, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. 11/25/14. Yes, sir. It's 25.3 kilos? Yes, sir. Is your math good at that 2.2 times conversion better than mine? I have it converted someplace. It's about 64 pounds, isn't it? Should be. Let's see what I did with that. Well, we can do the math, but oh, there it is. So the conversion is 55.7, yes, sir. Okay. 55.7 pounds. And that's as of your first visit with her? Yes, sir. And then you didn't see her again until September of 2015? June 19th, 2015. I'm sorry? Oh, no, that was my partner. You stand correct. Yes, sir. So at that time, back in 2015, I think you told counsel that you were still doing hospital practice, yes, right? Sir. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned something about you were on the medical staff at both hospitals. Yes, sir. That would be both Sarasota Memorial and Doctors? No, sir. That would be the two campuses of Sarasota Memorial. Mm-hmm. Did you have privileges at Doctors? No, sir. So were you aware at all of her
at her ER visits and admissions to Doctors Hospital in the summer of 2015?
I don't think I had records of that until she came in to see me in September.
Did you know she had been to Venice Hospital in 2015, in the summer of 2015?
I don't have those records, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, well,
But
you
I
weren't
was
aware of
aware. I was aware that she had been to.
You weren't called in consultation to see her
No,
at
sir.
either Doctors or Venice, correct?
No, sir.
And when she went to Sarasota Memorial, you weren't called there either, correct?
No, sir.
And were you a part of her admission to All Children's on the 2 or 3 admissions she had in July of 2015?
No, sir.
You weren't involved in that at all?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And you weren't involved in her final admission in July of 2015 at All Children's before she went to Lurie's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can we agree but you did get the records from those?
Yes, sir.
And you did see the discharge summaries from those?
Not all of them, but I've seen some of them, sir, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, when you saw this patient in September, she had not just had those several admissions to All Children's, and she had not just had this generalized pain that she presented to you with.
Mm-hmm.
She had also been to Lurie's Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any records at all from Lurie's?
Not that I recollect, sir.
Did you have any indication from Lurie's of the psychologists and pain management folks who saw her there?
Not at that time that I saw her in September.
Okay. And that was after she was discharged from All Children's, correct?
From the July admission, sir?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then she went from Lurie's to Tampa General, correct?
Yes, sir, for physical therapy.
Okay. And she was under the care there of a Dr. Kornberg?
I remember seeing the name, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who Dr. Kornberg is?
No, sir.
You know he's a pediatric
I have
rehabilitation?
no knowledge of Dr. Kornberg.
Have no knowledge of it. Okay. Did you know that she saw a psychologist and a psychiatrist at Tampa General?
I was aware. Mm-hmm.
And you know what her discharge diagnosis from Tampa General was?
I don't have those records in front of me, but I think it was conversion or somatization or something to that effect.
Okay. So when she presented to you on September 2nd, 2015, you had not seen all the discharge summaries from her admissions to All Children's. You had no knowledge of Lurie's, and you had Tampa General's discharge, but you hadn't really read it. Is that a fair characterization?
That's fair.
Okay. And you knew in general that there was a suspicion at Tampa General after a month of hospitalization, or close to it, that there was a somatic syndrome or conversion disorder suspected. You knew that?
I'm aware that that's what they thought.
Okay. So you see her in September 2nd, 2015, what, 2 or 3 weeks after her discharge?
That sounds about right. I don't have that exact timeline in front of me.
Well, let's ballpark it. Mm-hmm. Who was she seeing for physical therapy then?
Post Tampa General?
Yes, sir.
I'm not aware.
Do you know how many times she'd been?
No, sir.
Who was she seeing for psychological therapy at that time?
I am unclear whether she was still seeing Eagle's Wings at that time or that was later date, sir.
Well, when you say Eagle's Wings, you're talking about a practice. Do you know who it was she was seeing and what their credentials were?
No, sir.
Okay. The reason I ask is that when you saw her that September, you talk about her stormy course over the summer. She was wheelchair bound, correct?
Yes, sir.
So she was unable to get out of a wheelchair, unable to function, and the history was that the specialists at Tampa General and the specialists at Lurie's were suspecting a conversion disorder. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you just didn't think that fit?
No, I did not think that fit.
Okay. Well, They had seen the patient for a several-week hospitalization, and then which followed a several-day hospitalization. They had done, well, let me just stop there. Did you pick up the phone at that point and talk to any of those doctors and ask, this is your diagnosis, I just don't think it fits. Can we reconcile this? Did you do that?
No, sir.
Did you know that she underwent an EMG study at 10?
Yes, sir, I was aware of that.
Okay. And did you know she had an MRI?
I know at some point she had an MRI of the brain. Yes, sir.
Okay. So did that figure in your thinking at all?
All data for...
Okay. Now, reference was made to an oxycodone prescription she had at this point.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who wrote that prescription as opposed to the one that she got a month and a half before when she was discharged from All Children?
No, sir, I do not know.
Okay. Did you continue that prescription yourself?
I do not believe, I may have written it on one occasion, but I don't believe, I certainly wasn't the one that supplied her on a regular basis.
But you continued the oxycodone prescription that day, did you not, sir?
I'd have to reference my record, sir.
Well, did you know at that point who she was getting that prescription from if it wasn't you?
No, sir, unless it was entered in my chart, I did not give it to her.
Okay. Now, with what you knew of what the diagnosis had been or the suspicions had been at Tampa General or Lurie's, did you hear anything about CRPS being suspected?
Not at that time, sir, no.
Did you know that one of the specialists at Lurie's had a special interest in CRPS?
No, sir.
If he objects, you just stop.
Okay, the answer stands as given.
Turning, if we could, to your physical examination on September 2nd, 2015.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you note allodynia?
I did not.
Did you note any skin changes in terms of color?
Not documented in my record, sir.
Did you note any skin lesions in your record?
Not at that time that I
Did you note
documented.
any change?
Objection. May the witness be allowed to answer the question?
Let's ask the whole question, and Dr. if you'll let him ask the question, and then we'll listen to your whole answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I had it. Sorry. Did you document, did you note any changes in skin temperature?
I did not document that, sir.
Okay. All of those things I've just talked about are potential findings for CRPS, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that now.
Okay. And to this point in your career, you had never seen CRPS in a child, is that right?
That's correct.
You had seen it in adults,
Mm-hmm.
and you knew what it looked like in adults,
Yes, sir.
but you'd never seen it in a child in 30 some odd years, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no indication of that in the records from Tampa General or all children's that you saw?
Oh, the CRPS, sir?
Yes, sir, of a suspicion of CRPS.
No, sir.
All right. Now, on that date, what was the patient's weight?
25.5 kilos again.
No change in close to a year?
Let's see. 93, 15. Yes, sir.
Then you next saw this patient on October 15th?
Yes, sir.
And this was after she saw Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've talked to counsel about what you knew of Dr. Kirkpatrick or didn't know. You'd never heard of him before, right?
Correct. Prior to that.
Okay. And you thought he was board certified?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that idea?
I thought that came up in deposition, sir.
Is there a AMA recognized specialty in CRPS?
No, sir. Pain management.
Pain management. Did you know whether Dr. Kirkpatrick was board certified in pain management?
Like I said, I assumed he was.
Beyond scope. Overall.
I'm sorry.
I thought I was told that he was board certified, sir.
Who told you that?
I thought the parents.
Did they also tell you he was board certified in neurology or something else?
No, sir.
But you thought he was board certified in pain management?
Yes, sir.
You think he was board certified in anesthesia?
That's basically, they have to be board certified in anesthesia and then have a subspecialty in pain management.
In other words, you have to have an anesthesia in order to get pain management.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right. And you thought he was board certified in both?
That was my impression,
sir. When you examined this young lady on October, well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. By this point, in October of 2015, your patient had already had several doses of high-dose ketamine from Dr. Kirkpatrick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
At that time, did you have any familiarity with the use of ketamine, high-dose ketamine, to treat CRPS?
No, sir.
Never heard of that, had you?
Unclear.
I'm sorry?
Not sure.
Certainly never had one of your patients suggested to it.
That's true.
Had you had any of your adult patients treated that way?
No, my adult patients did not receive IV ketamine.
So you don't use ketamine in your practice?
No, sir.
And you never heard of it being used in a child with CRPS, is that right?
Up until that point, correct.
Okay. And you never heard Dr. Kirkpatrick?
That's true. He was operating out of Tampa.
You knew who the folks were at All Children's, right?
I knew some of the folks at All Children's. I don't know a lot of their staff. Yes, sir.
You know how to contact them, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you still refer to All Children's, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Fairly frequently, correct?
I pick and choose.
Okay. You've sent a number of cases up there this year, right?
Probably fair to say.
All right. Point is, you know how to contact Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a special line for doctors to call in.
Yes, sir, but that's not how it normally works.
Okay. Well, you know how to contact the doctors up there, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you get a dial pad on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In any event, in 2015, when you saw this patient and heard about the ketamine she was getting, heard about this treatment you'd never heard of before, did you call Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, sir.
Okay. Did have you ever talked to Dr. Kirkpatrick?
Not directly that I can recollect, sir.
Okay. So you never picked up the phone and called him and said, what's this treatment that you're giving my patient?
Mm-hmm. No, sir.
All right. So when you saw her that day in October of 2015, what did you find on a physical examination?
Well, physical exam was pretty unremarkable other than, couldn't be examined to touch,
She didn't want to be touched?
No.
Okay. It's hypersensitive?
Yeah.
That's a new finding, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because you didn't note that
No.
the previous month. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the first round of ketamine, she's got a new finding that makes examination of her more difficult. Right?
That's my understanding, sir.
And on that particular day, when you did your physical examination, did you find any indication of skin lesions?
There's nothing documented there, sir.
Well, given the diagnosis, that would be significant, wouldn't it?
Again, the skin lesions aren't used for criteria for diagnosed CRPS, sir.
But they're significant to the diagnosis, correct?
It's not what I would use to make the diagnosis, sir.
It's one of a constellation of symptoms you might consider, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're considering making a diagnosis of CRPS and you find skin lesions, that's a significant finding, isn't it?
I disagree. It's not part of the criteria used to diagnose that.
But it's consistent with the disease, right?
You can have skin lesions for different causes. We already established they're nonspecific.
Okay. So you couldn't tell. Well, back up. I'll cover that in a minute. Let's do this. Let's talk about changes in skin temperature. Did you find that on October 15th, 2015?
No, sir. I was already in agreement with the diagnosis from Dr. Kirkpatrick and was not performing that kind of exam on her.
So you just accepted his diagnosis?
It fit. She met the criteria based on his description and his notes.
So you had his notes?
I did have them.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. That's my recollection.
Your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Did you see his video?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Okay. Have you ever seen a video of his first visit with this young lady?
No, I have not.
At that time, what medications was this young lady on?
We're talking October 15th, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, she was on albuterol, which is a bronchodilator for her asthma, baclofen, which is a type of muscle relaxant, clonidine, which can be used for pain relief. She was on diazepam, which is Valium, which is a tranquilizer. She had access to an EpiPen, which is an epinephrine if needed in a severe asthma attack or allergic response. She was on Flonase, which is a nasal steroid, fluoxetine, which is a antidepressant, melatonin, to help her sleep, Miralax, bronchodilators, more asthma meds, and an acid blocker.
How many medications was she on?
Looks like 11 or 12. Some of them are as-needed medicines. They're not given regularly.
Now, you refilled her oxycodone at that point, correct?
On that one occasion, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have any idea how long that was going to go on?
No, sir, but I wasn't, that was a one-off sort of thing. That normally she would be getting her meds from pain management.
Did you know that pain management, that Dr. Kirkpatrick expected you to do it?
No, there was no communication to that effect.
Um,
And that would be not following with the protocols for pain management. They tend to like to handle that.
Okay. You noted that she had been to All Children's for acute abdominal pain, correct?
There was so many, let's see here. You talking that specific note?
I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself here. That's the next note. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay. So you renewed her prescription for oxycodone and said you'd see her in 2 or 3 months. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Mm-hmm.
So you next saw her, as counsel indicated, on November 5th?
Yes, sir.
And that's, about 3 weeks later?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she had been to All Children's
Yes, sir.
with what proved to be obstipation.
Mm-hmm.
Would you tell the jury what obstipation is?
I believe we discussed it, but it's basically a severe form of constipation.
That can be caused by narcotics and oxycodone?
Can be caused by medication use, yes, sir.
Can it be caused by oxycodone?
Absolutely.
Okay. At that point, there was a conversion being made to put this young lady on a dilaudid an IV dilaudid patient-controlled anesthesia device, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that with Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, sir.
That's a situation where there's an indwelling IV line.
Yes, sir.
That's a PICC line,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, do you ever order PICC lines to be placed?
Order PICC lines on people getting long-term IV antibiotics, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you do that, do you expect the person placing the PICC line to endorse or second-guess your diagnosis and your treatment?
No, sir.
They're just a technician, right?
Well, you place the order for the PICC line, yes, sir.
And you expect them to put it in and not question why it's being put there?
Normally.
Okay. Now, the dilaudid is a synthetic form of narcotic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that also has a number of potential issues with it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how long that was going to go on?
No, sir.
Did you ever discuss with Dr. Kirkpatrick how long that narcotic was going to be given to your patient?
No, sir. He is the person controlling the pain management routine.
Okay. Now, you did know at this point that the patient was planning to go to Mexico for a ketamine coma. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that was the... I'm not sure if I knew that date or not, sir.
Let me ask you to have reference, please, sir, to your note regarding your first visit with Mrs. Kowalski of that same day.
Okay.
I think you'll find in there that there's some discussion of
Okay.
going to Mexico. Okay. Did you have any idea what the coma would consist of in terms of how much ketamine the patient would be given or how long she would be in a coma?
I understood it was to be 5 days, but the dosing was not discussed.
Had you ever heard of that being done before?
Again, we were on new grounds there with, complex regional pain syndrome, and so I don't have a extensive background for people having received it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't have a large pool of patients to draw experience from for that, sir. It's an unusual condition.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about that as long as you made reference to it. It's an unusual condition in adults, correct?
Yes, sir. It's an uncommon condition in adults.
Uncommon. But it's rare in children, correct?
More rare, yes, sir.
Okay. So rare you'd never seen it before.
Correct. Not in children.
And sufficiently rare, had you ever seen it presenting as a generalized pain syndrome?
Have I ever seen it? No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
No, sir.
All right. Because usually it's regional, right? Name implies. Chronic regional pain syndrome.
More common in adults to be regional. Okay.
So you were dealing with a doctor you'd never heard of, a disease that you'd never seen before in this setting, and 2 sets of treatment. The initial ketamine treatment by Dr. Kirkpatrick and now this coma. 2 sets of treatment that you'd never heard of before. Is that right?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And you had no discussion with Dr. Kirkpatrick about any of this?
No, sir.
When you saw her on the 5th, had her condition changed? Was she still wheelchair bound?
Yes, sir.
She was still non-functional?
Yes, you're still having this severe extremity pain.
Okay. And so she was still unable to go to school?
That's my understanding.
Now, at that point, you basically just kind of let Dr. Kirkpatrick drive the ship, so to speak. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't provide him with any input at all, correct?
Correct.
And you never tried to reconcile his diagnosis with that of the other specialists who had seen this patient, right?
No, I think that when you looked at his criteria, it fit the best of existing explanations. The chronic regional pain syndrome fit her better than anything else.
Okay. So you then next saw her on December 17th.
Yes, sir.
After she'd come back to Mexico, from Mexico.
Yes,
right?
sir.
She's still in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
She's still not functional.
She could be, I made a note that she could be touched and examined more readily than previously.
But in terms of function, ability to go
She
to
was
school,
still in a wheelchair.
she couldn't walk. She's still in a wheelchair.
Yes, sir.
She's still non-functional. Correct?
But improved.
Improved. And that improved meant her pain wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
Didn't go away, it just wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, she's about to go back to Mexico again. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she's anemic.
Yes, sir.
And she's actually lost some weight
A little bit.
previously.
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was getting any physical therapy at this point?
I know there was ongoing attempts to give her physical therapy, but sometimes if she couldn't be touched, it's hard to achieve if she can't tolerate being touched.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever talk to her physical therapist?
No, sir.
Did you even know where she was getting physical therapy?
I think there was different places at different times, sir, so I'm not aware at that particular moment.
Okay. Were you under the impression that she was still getting psychological therapy?
I don't make a comment on that, sir.
So you didn't know one way or the other?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever spoken with any of her psychological counselors or mental health counselors?
At any point in time or at this point in time, sir?
At that point in time?
At that point in time, no.
So and you didn't know who they were?
No,
If
sir.
any?
No, I'm confident she was seeing somebody.
But you don't
Discussions with the parents. Mm-hmm.
know who? You don't know who, and you don't know under what circumstances?
Correct.
So you saw her for a illness visit in February. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you also saw her, as counsel and you have discussed, in April of 2016, April 1st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you know who was treating her with ketamine?
I'm trying to think whether it was Dr. Hanna or Dr. Kirkpatrick at that time. I'll have to go back and look.
Okay. Well, did you know how often? I mean, you made reference to multiple ketamine treatments. I think you say 3 to 5 times a week for the entire month of March.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
Did you know why it was she was receiving that much?
Because that was what was felt was helping her.
Well, then let's talk about that for a minute. Was she still in a wheelchair?
Don't comment on it at that particular time.
Did you think she had gotten out of the wheelchair?
No, sir.
So is your recollection she was still confined to a wheelchair?
That's my recollection.
And she's still non-functional? She can't walk.
Okay. You're being generalized and saying non-functional.
Well, is she back in school?
She's still homeschooled.
Does she have pain in her upper as well as her lower extremities, or did you note that?
In that visit, I did not necessarily note that.
Did you note any complaints of lack of sensation or weakness at that point, other than recalling that she was still wheelchair bound?
No, nothing else is documented, sir.
So, at that point, well, let me back up. Did you note at that time any allodonia or dystonia with this patient?
The fact that I didn't comment at all on her neurologic exam means that she wasn't tolerating my touching her.
And by this point, can you just tell us how many medications she had gotten up to?
Well, see it in my notes, sir. I'm sure you know the number.
To tell you the truth, I want to make sure of my count.
Sorry?
I want to make sure of my count.
All right, well, we can do that. And a lot of these there's some vitamin supplements in there. There's some what we call PRNs, which is as needed. So we can do the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 19 or 20.
More.
Yeah.
Then you have a gap in your treatment of this patient between that date, April 1st, and August 11th of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see her at all between those two points, right?
That's correct, sir.
Were you aware she was getting hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
I was aware.
How were you aware of that?
Beata had told me.
Is that something you recommend for CRPS?
Let's diverge for hyperbaric treatment, okay? Number one, I'm very comfortable with hyperbaric treatment because I used to work as an attendant and an operator for hyperbaric treatment when I was a medical student at UF, all right? So I'm familiar with the different applications of hyperbaric therapy. And so I was very comfortable with hyperbaric therapy. There had actually been a paper for CRPS utilizing hyperbaric treatment. So I understood the parents wanted to try something different, something to try and help her.
Were you aware of any recommendation that CRPS patients try hyperbaric therapy?
I know that they had found that through their investigations online.
Did you refer her for that?
No, sir.
While I'm on the subject, did you ever refer her for any psychological therapy?
It was my impression that she was under therapy at the time she needed it. At no point did I see that she was crashing and burning and wasn't already established with a counselor.
So back in the fall of 2015, if I can back up just a minute.
Okay.
When Dr. Kirkpatrick first saw her in September and October, you were never aware of any situation in which she was becoming suicidal or mentioned being suicidal?
It was never mentioned to me, sir.
All right. Did you ever see that in Dr. Kirkpatrick's records?
Yes, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Overall,
Don't recollect that, sir.
All right. Let's go back to August of 2016. Was she, let me back up one more moment on the referral. Did you ever refer her for immunodeficiency?
No, sir. She was already seeing allergy immunologists.
You know who that was?
She saw several.
Did you see Dr. Menendez?
That was one of them.
Did you refer to him?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the report that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
You saw it just before your deposition was taken in this case, is that
Well, I
right?
saw it at some point before that.
Well, did you ever call him and ask
No, sir.
about any of his impressions or the potential for Munchausen by proxy?
Objection.
I saw the note, sir, but I didn't.
What's the legal basis?
It states facts, assumes it states facts not in evidence, the records are not in evidence.
Overruled.
Subject.
I saw the comment, but I did not believe it applied to Maya.
So you never talked to him about it?
No, sir.
And you saw that he did not diagnose an immunodeficiency?
I saw several other allergy notes that did document IG subclass deficiency in Maya. Okay, that I've seen laboratories, and I saw notes from, I think Dr. Tan was one, and there was perhaps another who did document her IG subclass deficiency.
Well, did you ever refer her to any of those doctors?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to any of those doctors about how to proceed with her care?
About what, sir?
How to proceed with her care?
No, sir.
All right. So when you saw her in August of 2016, was she still wheelchair bound?
She's been doing pool therapy, and she was still in a wheelchair. Mm-hmm.
And she was still complaining of generalized pain, correct?
Correct.
And if I could ask for Joint Exhibit 1073, page 75, to be put up. Counsel asked you about your medical referral for homebound learning.
Yes, sir.
It was filled out at or about this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you to look at it with me here. You answer yes. Let me scroll on down. You answer yes to the question of whether the student is suspected to be absent from school due to a physical or psychiatric condition or for at least 15 consecutive school days or 8 on a block schedule. You answered yes.
Yes, sir.
And then we skip down some, and it asks, that was a nice increase in size there. It asks at the bottom, is the student confined to home or hospital and full-time homebound or hospitalized? And you answered yes.
Yes, sir. I was trying to do what was in Maya's best interest.
Well, you believe that to be accurate, correct?
More or less.
Well, you weren't telling the school board a lie, were you?
No, sir.
And then says, do you recommend the student be placed in the most restrictive environment? And you said yes. Is that correct?
I wanted her to qualify for hospital homebound, sir, so that she could pursue her treatments and get her therapy.
And you certified under yes, number 5, that is the student under medical care for illness or injury which is acute, catastrophic, or chronic in nature.
Chronic in nature.
So at that time, she had gained weight, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were asked to comment on her weight at All Children's, did you compare her weights in the hospital or just those at admission and discharge?
No, sir. I didn't have the linear weights done in the hospital. I just had my records.
Okay, so you never saw the indication in the chart that she got up to close to 70 pounds of weight.
You're talking about controlled and uncontrolled circumstances. I don't know if they're using different scales. I don't know if they're weighing her clothes, what situation. In my office, we weigh her on the same scales in the same circumstance. So I put more trust in my weight than what's done in the hospital.
Yours are closed, correct?
Sorry, yes, sir.
But the answer is you never looked at how the hospital weight changed during the admission.
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, when you were seeing this patient, did you ever consider the diagnosis of a tethered spine?
No, sir.
Ever enter your mind?
No, sir.
You saw this patient after she was discharged from All Children's.
Yes, sir.
You told us what your impression of her condition was at that time.
Yes, sir.
First exam is January 18th of 2017. It's 10/66/17.
That's correct.
And she's up to 29.3 kilos, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 4 days after her discharge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described your impression of what her condition was at that time. But it makes reference in your note to following up with psychology and physical therapy.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her psychologist or a physical therapist at that point?
Number one, we don't routinely contact the physical therapists. I mean, usually if they have an issue, they send us notes or requests. So no, I did not. Yes, sir.
You wrote her a script?
I don't know if she already had a script for physical therapy at that time or if we wrote it. If they requested one, I would have given one.
Sorry. Do you know how many times she went?
No, sir.
You didn't follow up on that at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't know who she was seeing for psychological therapy?
No, sir.
Now, if we fast forward here to the following fall, September of 2017,
Okay.
was she improving?
Yes, sir. I made the comment that she was doing markedly better and able to get out of her wheelchair.
Okay. And at that point, how long had it been since she had any ketamine?
Since prior to going to the hospital. Well, no, she got some in the hospital,
She
actually.
got some at the beginning of the hospital?
Yeah.
And you
That
don't
would have
know
been
what-
October.
You don't know what dose that was?
No, I don't.
And you don't know how that dose compared to what she was getting from
I know it was
Duncan?
less than what she was getting from pain management, yes, sir.
Substantially less?
I don't know substantially. I know it was less because
Okay.
Beata was requesting more.
At the time you saw her in September of 2017, what analgesia was she getting, if any?
At that time, there's no prescription analgesics that I see on my records.
As a matter of fact, she's down to 3 medications on your record, is that right?
Correct?
And she's not taking clonidine or opiate or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
And did she then continue to improve after that?
The next time I saw her was January 2018.
And she had made huge strides.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And she kept improving from that point. Is that right?
To a point.
To a point. And then she had a hospitalization in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to the doctors over there?
I talked to Dr. Bornstein.
Okay. And his impression was of an eating disorder?
No, sir. It was not.
What was it?
He distinctly did not make the diagnosis of an eating disorder, okay? And basically his endoscopy showed limited gastritis, and he felt, my impression was that this was stress-induced and that she had limited this is a response to her stress at the time.
He didn't indicate to you that he thought there was a restrictive eating disorder secondary to stress and anxiety?
Restrictive eating disorder means that you're not taking in the calories, okay, and you're doing that because she was having abdominal complaints. That is not the typical eating disorder that I see in young females. The typical eating disorder I see in young females, they have disturbed body image. They think they look good. They don't see anything wrong with them, and they're extremely difficult to treat.
With bulimia and that sort?
That's one aspect of it, yes, sir.
And she's never had that?
No, sir.
All right. But she's continued to do well since then, after that?
She got better, fortunately.
Okay. And today, is she doing better still?
She's obviously under a lot of stressors. Stressors make everything worse. So I think the jury's out on that, no pun intended.
Well, she's been, what, 6 years without ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And you know of no plans for her to get more?
None has been discussed with me, sir. I don't see any indication for it at this point.
Talked about what went on when she was admitted to All Children's. Were you told about the court proceeding that was going on?
At some point, I was told that there was motions made to try and get visitation for the parents.
Did you offer to help with that?
I did.
Did you ever, after you talked to this resident that you spoke of, did you ever call All Children back?
No, I didn't.
You know the attending physicians there. You refer to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call them?
I did not know any of the physicians that were on the service taking care of Maya. I had previous experience with the child protection team, which included Sally Smith.
I'm not asking about the child protection team.
All right.
I'm talking about the doctors at the hospital.
No, sir.
You refer up there. You know how to get in touch with the All Children's Hospital, right?
I do.
The phone's got a dial pad, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever call them?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Insofar as not being able to use ketamine, patients before anesthetics manage to get over their illnesses, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And the pain meds are not designed, if I understand your testimony, to be a cure. They are to make things better.
Objection, leading Your Honor.
Overruled. That's my understanding.
So whether or not Maya had ketamine and could get through that easier and faster, she had to go through this without ketamine and just grit it out.
Yes, sir.
Have we
Leading compound,
Sustained.
from what you saw, was it more difficult for Maya to try to stabilize and get better without the ketamine?
Without ketamine?
Yes. Did she need the ketamine to get better quicker from what you saw?
It might have been helpful in that circumstance when she had the second presumed episode.
Meaning she had another episode, another relapse after she got out of Johns Hopkins?
Leading Your Honor.
Overruled.
That is my impression.
Now, getting to the number of meds, let's pull up what's marked in evidence as 2002. I'll show you what is in your file, I believe. Well, actually, I know it is. And if we can go, is it the next one here with the number? All right. So this is the discharge summary from Johns Hopkins as of January 13th, 2017. So I want to go over what Johns Hopkins had her on or recommended. You see here where it says home medications and new prescriptions?
Yes, sir.
All right, so is Aquaphor a topic that can be used for skin lesions?
Yes, sir.
What is lansoprazole?
It's an acid blocker.
All right, next.
Got to scroll
Hang
the
on.
page.
Can we?
Okay, here we go.
All right. So the next
Acetaminophen, pain reliever. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Baclofen is a muscle relaxant. Cetirizine is an antihistamine.
Okay. And what's the?
Cholecalciferol is vitamin D.
Okay.
Ferrous sulfate is an iron supplement. Fluticasone is a nasal steroid. Oh, in that case, that was an inhaled steroid. The fluticasone nasal is a nasal steroid inhaled.
Okay.
Sprayed through your nose.
All right, and we have another one. This is the last page.
Mupirocin is a topical antibiotic. Polyethylene glycol is Miralax for constipation. Pregabalin is Lyrica, which is used in pain management. And multivitamins.
So, was Maya Kowalski discharged from Johns Hopkins with only 3 medications or with 13 or 14, depending on whether you see a vitamin as a medication?
On the list, there's 14.
And was she checked out with a pain med or medicines designed to combat her CRPS pain?
That was the pregabalin, which is Lyrica.
How about the baclofen?
Baclofen would also be used for that.
The following hospitals and doctors were cited on your cross-examination about why you didn't call them back. And there was Doctors Hospital, Venice Hospital, Tampa General, Lurie, and I think another doctor. To the best of your knowledge, none of those doctors were accusing the Kowalskis of Munchausen by proxy, were they?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's to my knowledge, yes, sir.
Sir, the jury will disregard that answer.
To the best of your knowledge, there was no reason for you to need to call them back.
Correct.
And Beata Kowalski was, in fact, reporting back to you the next visit on what was going on.
Yes, sir.
Did she give a thorough history to you about the events in Maya's medical life, lack of a better term, since the last time you saw her?
She brought me up to speed on what was happening at that time.
Thus, was there any need for you to call physicians once you had the data from Beata Kowalski, the infusion nurse?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The Beata was an extremely good historian, very knowledgeable medically, and they were very good about communicating to me what was happening with her and what the plans were and what they were hoping for.
And do you recall, as to the school homebound, whether that issue of whether she was going to go back to school in a wheelchair as opposed to staying in homebound at home, that were you aware that that was denied, that she was forced to go to school rather, in other words, that what you wrote down didn't work effectively?
I thought, number one, I knew she didn't want to go to school in a wheelchair, and I thought it was not in her best interest to go back to school and be stressed and upset when we've had this track record of having great difficulties when the stress levels go up. I was aware, which was the first time I've ever had them decline an application for hospital homebound. I still to this day don't know why they declined it, but I've never had that happen before.
And did it come to your attention that this emotional issue by Maya to having to go back to school, in fact, precipitated another relapse?
And she was upset, yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further? Defense?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question for Dr. Wasenauer? Can the attorneys come forward? Were there any other questions, or just the ones that were presented? Okay. Okay, Doctor, who made the note of Kyle appearing malnourished, and who had he been examined by to reach that opinion and notation record?
Is this in reference to Kyle?
Kyle, yes.
I'm not sure who made that reference.
The next question from the jury, is it common for doctors to collaborate with other doctors about their patient's care?
In a perfect world, It would be very nice. It is easier when you are part of the same system, such as my current group. We have we have a wide spectrum of specialists. We share the same medical record. So communication there is much easier because we can look on there and tell what's been done, what's been ordered. We can see the labs. Unfortunately, in the real world, when we are utilizing outside specialists and outside physicians and tests, it is very difficult for us to we don't always get comprehensive records. There is problems with communication sometimes, and it is, we can request records. I'd say half the time we get it, half the time we don't. So if there is when we communicate currently most often directly is usually when I'm trying to get someone seen on an urgent basis to address a medical problem, because the current logistics, it'll take way too long for them to get in there and be seen by the specialist. So the most common scenario in which I pick up the phone and call someone is when I'm trying to get somebody seen urgently for an urgent medical condition.
Plaintiffs, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Jurors, any follow-up questions? Okay, and may Dr. Wasenauer be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wasenauer, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Judge, we're not sure we're going to release him yet, but he may be.
Okay, so to the extent you're under a subpoena, it's possible you might have to be called back.
Today or another day or what?
Another day.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's another day.
Probably not, but.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just I want to know whether they hang around or not.
No, you don't need to hang around today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for timing based on the witnesses you have this afternoon. Is there a short witness or?
I mean, relatively, our next witness would probably be 20 to 30 minutes on direct, and I'm going to guess 5 to 10 on cross. But
given the other witnesses you have this afternoon, should we take a lunch now or?
I'll leave that to the jury.
I'm asking you, given the scheduling that you have.
All of our witnesses are here and can be here for the duration of the day.
Are y'all okay to go another, sounds like 30 minutes, or do you want to take a lunch now? Okay, I'm hearing, let's call your next witness.
All right. Plaintiff's call Linda Brown.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're gonna go walk around and have a seat on that witness stand.
Good morning, just barely. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Linda Suzanne Martin, hyphenated Brown.
And you and I have spoken on a couple of occasions, but we've never met in person, have we?
Not till today, sir.
Have you been called here to testify as a member of Epiphany Church?
Not really
Are
sure.
you a member of Epiphany
Yes,
Church?
I am.
Are you also a member of the Legion of Mary?
I am.
And on occasion in 2015 and 2016, did you come to know the Kowalski family a little bit?
Through Sister Francis, yes.
Just briefly, would you give the jury background in terms of how long you've been a resident in Venice and how long you've been a member of the church?
I've been in Venice since 1997. I've been a member of the church pretty much since then because I had my daughter in 98, so we became members full time when we had her.
And the Legion of Mary, would you explain for the jury what the Legion of Mary is?
There's two groups for the Legion of Mary. The first group is the main group that meets every week. They have meetings and discussions about places to go and people to see, to help and pray for whatever their needs might be. They also have what they call a traveling Mary or a pilgrim Mary. She's about 3 feet tall, and she comes in a big kind of black box, almost looks like a golf club kind of bag, but it's all square. You know, it's long and rectangular. And she comes in the box, and she has a beautiful crown that we put on her head, and there's a ceremony that goes with it, with a book that's inside of this box, all contained with Mary. We put rosaries around her neck, and then we pray with the family. We engage them with certain prayers that are in this book to leave the Mary with them so that they continue to do the rosary with this pilgrim Mary who's present in their home. And she's there for healing and hope and health, and gives a lot of us Catholics a whole lot of hope.
You happen to live in Stonewalk, which is the Kowalski's neighborhood, right?
It is.
And did there come a time in 2015 when you learned that Maya had a pain condition of some sort?
Was it 2015? Gosh, it was that long ago. From Sister Francis, I was at church with Sister Francis. I used to went to daily mass when they had it then. And excuse me, I don't mean to go.
You're doing fine.
Yes, I just need to breathe. Sister Francis was speaking to someone about saying prayers for the Kowalskis. And she saw me and said, "They live in your neighborhood." And I said, "Oh, I will bring them the traveling Mary," because Sister Francis was telling me that their daughter was ill, and my heart went out to her, so I wanted to bring Mary there so that they all could pray for the healing of their daughter.
And so did you take the Mother Mary to the Kowalski's house?
I did. That was the first time I met Beata, and I went into the home, and her sister was there from Chicago. I did not see Maya at the time, and the husband was there as well, and they were getting ready to go somewhere for some function. So normally when you come into the house with this traveling Mary, you do the whole ceremony with the family and you set her up.
Ma'am, while we wait for the next question, okay?
All right. So you went to the home, you met Beata, you met Jack. Maya, you didn't see her. You brought in the Mother Mary. You explained a little bit, but what is the normal process that you go through with a family when you unbox her and set her up?
We unbox her and put her in a prominent place, and then we put the crown on her head and the rosaries around her neck, and we say the prayers that are in this particular book that comes with. And the family gets books as well, so that they can all look at the prayers so they can say them together.
And on that occasion, you already mentioned that the Kowalski family was on their way out or something. So did you go through the ceremony with them at their house, or did you leave Mother Mary and trust that they would do that?
I left Mary with them to trust that they would do that.
And then, how long does Mother Mary typically stay in a family's home or a sick parishioner's home after you deliver her?
A week, or if, you know, she's not in need for someone else, if they need her longer, it can be extended. So it's, the duration is, you know, who needs her next and who's waiting for her, or who needs her the most at the moment.
Did Beata and Jack appear appreciative that you were there with the Mother Mary?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And after a week, did you pick Mother Mary up or someone else?
No, sir.
Meaning someone else picked her up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was in 2015, and then fast forward a little bit, sometime in 2016, you saw Maya during the 4th of July parade, is that right?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your interaction with the Kowalskis on the 4th of July 2016?
Well, it was our whole neighborhood, and it was the Kowalski family and a family across the street, and we intertwined. And there was a big, huge slide. And my immediate thing I first went to do was to go see Maya, and I did. She was in her wheelchair, and I gave her a big hug. And I thought she looked so well, I thought that she could just get up out of the wheelchair any day. And I gave her a stick of huckleberry chapstick, and gave her a big hug, and just continued to be at the party. And
so typical 4th of July in your neighborhood with the parade, and you saw Maya that day. Is that right?
I did.
And then, is it true that the next time you interacted with the Kowalski family was when you got a phone call from Beata?
That is correct.
What was Beata's mental and emotional state at that point?
She was absolutely distraught.
Could you understand what she was telling you on the phone?
No, I could not, which is why I went over there to speak with her, so I could try to understand what she was saying to me.
And what did you learn when you got to the Kowalski home that day?
That Maya had been taken away from Beata.
And so you resolved to do what you do and deliver the Mother Mary?
Joyce and I were bringing the Traveling Mary to Maya.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You show up at the Kowalski home. Beata's distraught. What did you decide to do to help Maya?
I went over to see Beata because she couldn't speak over the phone, and I didn't know what was wrong. And when I got there, she was crying and, you know, snots everywhere and just so upset. And I kept saying, she kept saying that they took her, and I'm like, who took her? And she said the hospital took her. And I didn't understand any of that.
It's a legal basis. Is there an exception, Mr. Marshall?
Excited utterance, then existing mental state.
Overrule the objection. You can finish your answer.
You were saying the hospital took her. You can continue.
And I didn't understand what she was talking about at all. I didn't understand that. So I was just sitting there with her to just, you know, help her breathe. And then Jack came home, and I left to let the two of them be together.
In the next couple of days or the following week, did you decide to then deliver Mother Mary to Maya?
Yes, we decided that we would go, we would bring her to the Traveling Mary to the hospital that Maya was in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure. Whitney, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we were beginning to discuss your decision to take the Mother Mary to Maya. And you said we. Who's we?
Joyce Sacco and myself.
And who is Joyce Sacco? Is she another member of the Legion of Mary?
She is a member of the Legion of Mary.
All right, so you knew at that point that Maya was at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and you made a drive up there. Can you describe a little bit the drive up there?
I drove with Joyce in her vehicle, and we just prayed the entire way. We didn't discuss anything because we didn't know anything other than we were praying to help a little girl who was sick. That's all we knew.
And you arrive at the hospital, and you get up to Maya's room, and if you could describe the scene as you enter Maya's room.
I went in her room, and she was sitting there crisscross applesauce, and I went over to her, and she reached up to me, and I hugged her, and then we were...
And what happened next?
Just like darkness was there, and we were told to get out of the room. We weren't supposed to be in there. We weren't supposed. I wasn't supposed to be touching Maya. And that what were we bringing? What was that? We tried to explain that it was the miraculous Mother Mary, and that we were bringing her to be with Maya so that she could pray. And they said that was not allowed and that we had to go. So we left the room.
And who's they? Nurses or doctors?
Just whatever that dark force was behind me. I didn't really... It just was dark. That's all, the only way I can explain it.
And it was explained to them. You mentioned this is the Mother Mary. She's here to pray with Maya. Is that right?
That Maya would pray with her, yes.
And so... Did they give you any reason that you couldn't be there with her?
They did not, no, sir.
But they kicked you out of the room immediately?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To the chapel.
What did you do in the chapel?
Prayed.
And where was the chapel?
Downstairs in the hospital.
And were you praying for Maya?
Yes.
I missed something. Were you allowed to leave the Mother Mary with her in the room there?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't allowed to leave the rosary beads that would go with
No,
Mother
sir.
Mary? And you weren't allowed to leave the prayer book?
No, sir.
And you went down to the chapel and prayed afterwards?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay there?
An hour at least. Maybe more, because other people came in and saw us in there, and they had sick children, and they asked us what we were doing, and we said we were praying, and they came in and prayed with us for their children as well. So it was a whole group of us praying for sick children.
At some point before this incident at the hospital, had you given Maya a rosary or a medal or something like that?
I've probably given them... I pass out miraculous medals, which I carry with me. Where are they? There you are. And she's a miraculous medal, and it has Mary on there, and it's on a chain, so you can wear it. And then there's a card that shows you the miraculous medal. It's a miracle that happened, and it explains, if I may, it's just real short. Okay.
I'm not sure what the question is at this point.
Let's wait for a question.
It's given to people for...
Ma'am, let's put it down. Let's wait for a question.
Okay.
All right. Is this something that you've given Maya in the past?
Yes.
Have you seen Maya recently?
Yes.
Does she still have it?
I'm not aware of that, but I can tell you what she said to me when I gave her a hug.
Please.
Objection, hearsay.
How did you know when you were in the room there that you couldn't leave the Mother Mary statue?
We were told that we had to leave the room and take whatever was in the box out.
I heard your earlier testimony that no reason was given. Did they ever present you with some sort of list of who was allegedly allowed or not allowed in the hospital to see Maya?
No, sir.
The witness.
Ms. Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I love your hat.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions for you. Before, well, first of all, you, as you said, you live in the neighborhood, same neighborhood as the
Yes.
Kowalskis, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the first time you went to the house and you brought Mary, but they had company or they were leaving, so you did not stay and do the whole ritual, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you had the second time when you went because Mrs. Kowalski had called you and you went there and she was very upset.
Correct.
All right. And almost incoherent.
I'm sorry?
Almost incoherent.
Yes. I mean, she got it out, but I had to physically be there with her.
Right, understand. And it was after that visit that you went to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you went to the hospital, you don't recall checking in with security?
No, ma'am.
Or getting a name tag?
No, ma'am.
Right. And is it fair to say that you were unaware as to whether or not DCF, the Department of Children and Family Services, was requiring background checks for anybody who would be visiting Maya?
Objection.
Legal basis.
Facts, not evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
That's
Can
not
you
something
repeat
you
the
were
question?
aware of, correct?
I was not aware of any of those facts, ma'am. No.
Right. You had no knowledge as to what restrictions there were or were not with respect to visitors for Maya, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you would certainly understand that, well, I'll strike that. When you went to the hospital room, you were only in there briefly, correct?
Seconds.
Seconds. And you indicated that you saw Maya and she was sitting crisscross applesauce on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed happy to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You gave her a big hug.
I did.
She hugged you back.
Yes.
That's right. And then you were told that you had to leave, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said that there was some dark force. You're not talking about the room was dark. You felt some sort of
Yeah, it was like the
dark
devil was
energy.
behind me. We were the light coming in, and there was the devil behind me. It's what it was. It was dark. It was the devil.
And then you saw Maya in the Easter of 2020. You recall seeing her then?
That was during COVID, if I may ask the question. It's all those years sort of.
Yes, I'm just going by your deposition testimony you previously said. Do
Can you
recall seeing her
refresh
at
my
Easter?
memory?
Do you recall
I
seeing
do.
her at Easter?
Yes.
Okay. And your description was that she was walking like a beautiful, thriving young teenager when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Whitney, did any of the nurses that entered the room tell you to go downstairs to get a badge? You missed the security desk or something like that?
No, sir.
Did any of them mention to you that these DCF background checks were being done on supervisors, but not just plain visitors?
No, sir.
Were you there as a spy, or were you there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Were you there as a spy,
No,
or you were
sir.
there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Crowell, anything further?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question? Attorneys, please come forward. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Question from the jury is, did the Dark Force people say they could not pray with Maya?
Yes.
Any follow-up, Mr. Whitney?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Crowells?
Yes. Ma'am, isn't it that you were there for a few seconds, they came in, and they told you that you had to leave, that you could not be there, correct?
Joyce was explaining to them that we were there to pray, and they said we could not do that.
They said you could not stay, correct?
We could not pray or stay.
Members of the jury, are there any other questions? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Brown, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and let you go for lunch here in a couple of moments. And Debbie Coley, I'm going to want them back ready to go. Let's call it at 1:30, so it's a little bit shorter than an hour and a half today, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay? You're free to go have a good lunch. Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone feel free to sit. Are there any issues we need to address before we go on our lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. After lunch, we would like to publish the patient's statement of rights, which is admitted into evidence. We have an enlargement of it that is in color. It is the color off the internet. When it was produced to us, it was produced in black and white. And we wanted to use an enlarged version. It'll be up here, but I wanted to be able to point to things. And I think the objection is it's color, but the original one, if you go on the website, is color. So it's a demonstrative aid.
Actually, I don't object to the color, it's fine. But I do object to publishing that without any context. He's going to publish that, and he needs to publish the DCF orders that do in fact modify that. So that thing in and of itself lacks context and is a 403 issue.
Well, the patient's code of conduct or bill of rights or whatever we're calling it is actually in evidence. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Already
Does it have to be this afternoon, or can it be done at the same time as the other issues we were talking about at sidebar that I think we're going to have to hammer out tomorrow?
The reason we want to do it is the witness testifying about the ability to pray and practice religion. There is a specific provision in the Statement of Rights that says that they had the right to do that according to Johns Hopkins.
I would rather do it after we see how tomorrow shapes out and what we're going to be seeing.
I will represent, as an officer of the court, that there's nothing in those orders that contravenes the patient's statement of rights. The only thing in the orders that says on one order, I believe it's one, maybe two, I think it's just one order, it defers to the hospital for its procedures. These are its procedures. And so I really would like to publish it so they can see it. They just heard the testimony. They need to know the juxtaposition of what the patient, what the
hospital promised them.
We can do it at another time, not this afternoon. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't you all be back here? Do we need to come back earlier than 1:30, or is 1:30? Do you anticipate any issues? Because I asked the jury to be back here so that they're ready to go at 1:30.
There were a couple of exhibits. I understand Dr. Duncan is the next witness.
How much time do you all, so do you want to come back?
I don't know if they're planning, they listed them, but there were a couple of exhibits we were objecting to, not the reports, but some other exhibits.
I would imagine the issues would take 10 minutes or less.
So if we're back at 12:20, sorry, at 1:20? Does that work? So everybody
Yes,
gets
Your
an hour? Okay, we'll be back at 1:20. Get the computer back up. Okay, are there issues we need to address?
There are.
Let's deal with them.
We have 2 exhibits that were on the list provided to the court. We'd like to move to admit for Dr. Duncan's testimony. 2365. Both of these are part of her medical file. And those objections on 2365 and 2530-045.
I'm sorry, can you say the first number again?
2365. Oh, I'm sorry, that one's...
2365, it says Jack Kowalski's notes.
Yes, and it's a 5-page document, Your Honor. We'd leave out page 5, which is some sort of cover sheet to the attorney, but pages 1 through 4.
Can someone put it up so I can look at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so me.
Your Honor, we just need
I just turned it on.
you to turn it on. Thank you.
Okay, so where is this document, where does this document live?
Where is this document appear, Your Honor?
Yeah.
It's part of Dr. Duncan's medical file for psychological diagnosis.
And what is she going to testify as to the purpose of this document, if any?
To inform her evaluations of each of the family members and provide psychological diagnoses or not for each of them.
Your Honor, they're hearsay. They're actually hearsay within hearsay. Sometimes 3 layers of hearsay. Dr. Duncan spoke to them directly for her evaluation. She certainly can testify to that, but this is hearsay and hearsay within hearsay.
Good.
What's the next page?
These are notes written again by Maya Kowalski, provided directly to Dr. Duncan.
By Mike Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski.
Oh, Maya.
My apologies.
Well, was this given to Dr. Duncan? I mean, what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was this at Dr. Duncan's request?
I don't know the genesis in that regard, Your Honor. I know that in each of the reports, she lists the documents that she reviewed as part of her report, and this appears among them.
Let me see the next couple pages. Who's?
Again, Maya.
How about the next one? Is this the last page? When was this, or these pages developed?
Well, her evaluations occurred in December of 2016 and January of 2017. Maya's examination, for example, the contact date with Maya was on January 6th, 2017. And again, they appear as part of that file of things that Dr. Duncan reviewed in preparing her report. And the reports are in evidence.
The exhibit you've seen was clearly prepared from Maya to her attorney. It says for attorney. It wasn't for the purposes of evaluation. They contain hearsay within hearsay. So we object on both of those bases.
So was Dr. Duncan retained to actually provide medical care for Maya Kowalski?
No, Your Honor.
Not counseling, Your Honor, but diagnosis.
Judge, this is the one where there was a request for, before the shelter court, for suggested names and for Maya to be evaluated. Now, it's not a CME, but it was an agreed upon two people. One was Tashana Duncan, and the other was Dr. Pradeep Chopra of Brown Medical School, who will be here, I think Thursday or Friday. But in any event, her job was to obtain this kind of information and provide a report to the court, which she did. So, pure treating physician, no, but clearly outside of hearsay.
Wow. Anything further?
No, other than I think the plaintiff has conceded that these notes were not done for the purpose of medical diagnoses. They were done at the request of the attorney. And this is a forensic examiner hired by the plaintiff. This is not an independent exam or a court-ordered examiner.
At present, 2365, I'm sustaining the defendant's hearsay objection. There's no exception that applies at this point. What's the next one?
Note for the record, Judge, that we believe that 80323, statement by a child with physical, mental, emotional, or developmental age of 16 or less, describing child abuse or neglect, sexual abuse or unlawful sex, wherein the presence of the child is admissible. This, I think, can be classified as child abuse or neglect, and the court would have to find reliability, and then Maya would testify as a corroborative evidence.
Okay.
In a criminal matter.
You haven't done what you need to do for child victim hearsay.
Not yet.
I've done many of those hearings. I can tell you, you haven't done what you need to do for child victim hearsay.
I'm aware of this.
Okay. So, and it's not going to happen in the next 5 minutes either.
Probably not.
I know not. So what's the next one?
Next one, Your Honor, is 2530-045. And it's a photograph of Maya, I believe in July, or June or July of 2016. Again, part of Dr. Duncan's file. The objection is cumulative. However, we don't have a photograph from this date, and it's during or at or near the time of her hospitalization at, oh, excuse me, that's incorrect. It's during or at the time, during her recovery before the relapse in the fall of 2016.
Anything from the...
Our objection is to the nature of the cumulativeness, and we would just love some direction to the court for how many photos they are going to be admitting. We're trying to prevent a family photo album from being introduced into evidence at this point.
There are quite a few photos. I'm going to let this one in, but just, plaintiffs, you need to understand you're getting kind of close to the maximum number of photos that you're going to be having. So this one's okay, but there's a whole bunch of photos of Maya Kowalski already in evidence at different points that show different things. So I'll overrule as it relates to 2530-045, and we'll admit that.
That's all from the plaintiffs, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense before we bring in the jury?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, again, the defense renews its grave concerns for the continued muddling of DCF shelter orders on visitation. We heard it with the last witness, with the plaintiff eliciting testimony from the last witness that they were denied visitation at the request of the hospital, which again, I know a curative instruction or something that we're going to be working on, but we do have a legitimate concern that that pattern is going to be repeated with the next expert, Dr. Duncan. We would just want to be sure that any questions regarding visitation with Maya, to the extent she's going to testify on that, come with the corollary that this was all pursuant to DCF orders, so we don't continue to muddy the waters on this.
Well, as I've said before, and I said on Friday, I anticipate giving a detailed instruction on this. The reality is some of this evidence is applicable to some of the causes of action, so I can't just say you can't put it in. But, you know, I'm waiting on defense to, you know, provide me that instruction. I know Mr. Altenburn gave a draft on Friday, and I know he was going to talk to Mr. Elliott, and my hope is by tomorrow in the morning, either there's an agreement from the sides or I'm going to either draft my own or modify whatever one that folks have submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did not introduce our corporate representative today, Dr. Smith, Catherine Smith. Michelle Smith.
Mr. Howard Hunter did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
Not to the jury, Your Honor. That's
not to the jury.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just respond briefly to the allegation that we're muddling the record. There is no, eventually, if these court orders come in, there is nothing limiting spiritual services, prayer in the hospital in these court orders. So the allegation that we're muddling the record by bringing forth that testimony is just inaccurate.
My comments stand. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
You ready to bring in the jury? Let's bring in the jury.
Jurors entering.
Okay, welcome everybody. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were on lunch break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Are you going to get tired of me asking you that question all the time? Can't tell you the number of times I've said that to any number of juries. Plaintiff, your next witness.
We call Dr. Tashana Duncan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Now you're gonna walk around and have a seat in that stand.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your full name for the record?
It is Tashana, T-A-S-H-A-W-N-A.
have you been called here this afternoon to testify to the psychological evaluations you did of each of the Kowalski family members, Jack, Beata, Maya, and Kyle?
Yes.
Before we explore your evaluations, will you please briefly describe your education as it relates to the field of psychology?
I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida. I'm a licensed school psychologist, and I attended the University of Florida to obtain all my degrees.
And what is the highest degree you've obtained?
A PhD.
And what was your PhD? What was the focus of study?
Psychology.
How long have you been practicing in the field of psychology?
I don't have my CV in front of me, but I believe that I got licensed in 2001 or 2 for my licensed psychology. My school psychology was the year following.
And you maintain an active practice in the vicinity of Venice, Florida?
My practice is located in Bradenton, Florida, but I see a lot of individuals from this area.
By this point, you've been practicing in the field of psychology for 20 plus years?
Yes, approximately.
And describe, if you would, your clinical practice.
As part of my practice, I see a lot of children and adolescents for therapy. In addition, I do parent coordination, and I complete social investigations, so I do a lot of evaluations of parents as well.
In this instance, you were retained back in 2016 by the Kowalskis?
Yes.
And they ultimately approximately how much you charged for your services during that time?
At that time, my rate was $250 an hour, and for the court appearances and the evaluations, the total fees were between $17,000 and $18,000, I know.
So you were retained by the family to evaluate each of them. From a high level, could you describe your process in reaching these evaluations and opinions?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Do you want me to?
I can break it down.
Okay.
As part of your evaluation, did you receive medical records?
I did.
And did you conduct collateral interviews?
I did.
Can you explain a little bit about what a collateral interview is in your field?
In this particular case, I had asked the parents to provide me names of individuals that I could speak with to get to know the family better. For the children, teachers would be considered a collateral interview, so I spoke with the classroom teachers. Some of them I did written interviews. I had them fill out information on the parents.
You spoke with physicians that had treated Maya?
I did.
You spoke with friends and family?
I did.
You spoke with neighbors, teachers?
Yes.
These were all collateral interviews that were part of these evaluations?
Yes.
And then further, ahead of reaching your opinion for each of them, you conducted a one-on-one interview with the subject, whether that was Maya or Beata, or Kyle or Jack.
I did, and I do not have my records in front of me. They're with me, and I can get them out if I need to.
Sure.
But I do know that I met with the parents on multiple occasions. Kyle, I believe that it was one occasion, but I would need to look at the chart. But Maya, I know that my evaluation was completed with her at one occasion, because it was at the courthouse at the time I met with her to do it.
All right. Your Honor, Trial Exhibit 2006 has already been admitted into evidence. May we publish for the jury?
You may.
All right. This is your psychological evaluation for Maya Kowalski, is it not?
It is.
And just looking at the header, the subject was Maya Kowalski, and it says contact date January 6, 2017. Is that the meeting or the evaluation you conducted at the courthouse that you previously mentioned?
It is. It was that date.
All right. And the report was issued February 1st, 2017?
It was.
And by that point, Maya was 11. She turned 10, had her 10th birthday in the hospital, right?
Correct.
All right. If we'll look down towards the bottom of the page, you list all of the medical records and documents that you reviewed. For example, the fourth one down, you reviewed the records from Dr. Wasenauer, who the jury heard from this morning.
I was not aware the jury heard from him this morning, but I did review records from his office. Some were provided to me, and some I requested. My office requested directly from him.
All right. And turning to the next page, you reviewed and received the neuropsychological evaluation of Maya Kowalski, dated October 20th, 2016. This is the third entry on the page.
Yes, and I believe that was completed by Dr. Lewis, I believe.
Dr. James Lewis?
I believe that was his first name. I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds familiar.
You also reviewed psychiatry and psychology notes from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, did you not?
I did.
And if we look down, approximately 8 or 9 down, you see a psychiatry consult signed by Mark Cavett, MD. Do you know Mark Cavett to be a psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes, he's been there many years.
You also reviewed approximately 20 entries down Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's records for the period October 7th through November 10th, 2016. And then importantly, 3 from the bottom, you reviewed all of the inpatient psychiatry, psychology, and physiatry notes from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I did, if it's listed.
All right. Turning to page 4, and that list continues through page 3, now to page 4. You reviewed, among the items you reviewed were a photo of Maya Kowalski at Tampa's Lowry Park Zoo. You see that?
Yes. I actually recall that picture.
All right, if we could publish for the jury 2530-045, previously admitted into evidence.
You may.
And this photograph, do you see the date?
It is dated June 21st, 2016.
And so this would have been approximately 2.5 months before her admission in October to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes, if that's correct.
It looks like...
Mr. Whitney, can you hold on one second? Let me try to cycle the presentation system.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
And not sure if you can tell, is that a walker or a wheelchair behind her? But she appears to be standing, does she not?
She is, and I cannot identify, and I do not recall what was behind her, what I was told, but she appears to be standing.
All right. Back, if you could, turn back to page 4 of the report. You also reviewed, and you were aware that she was being followed and counseled at Eagle Wings Counseling Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge or know by reputation the counselors and psychologists at Eagle's Wings?
Through the years, I've had an opportunity to interact and consult with several of the therapists there, and I was familiar with specifically one of them, and I believe that may have been the first case that I got to know one of the 2 therapists that were working with her.
Do you remember either of their names at the moment?
Lauren Mock is the one that I've had the most experience in working with. And unfortunately, I think maybe it was Rebecca, but I don't remember the last name without looking at my notes. I have them here if you need me to look them.
Turning to the bottom of the page, clinical interview, is that referencing the one-on-one interview with whoever the subject was, whether that was Maya or Kyle?
Yes.
All right. And then teacher interview, the jury's already heard from Ms. Dieter, and then the other gifted teacher was Diana Shepler. You interviewed both of them?
Yes, I actually had a written interview, which is listed as the teacher questionnaire, and then I had a verbal interview as well.
And then last on this page, you not only did you review the psychology and psychiatry records at Johns Hopkins, you conducted an interview with Jennifer Katzenstein at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
I did, and I spoke with her a couple of times in the process.
All right, turning to page 5, the jury will have this for review during deliberations, but I'm going to focus on some of the more pertinent entries. I'm looking at, after background information here, 3 paragraphs down, the last sentence, you say, as a result of the lack of a coherent approach, it appears that she received little to no medical treatment while hospital administrators and DCF insisted her condition was psychological. Do you see that, Dr. Duncan?
I did make that statement.
Would you explain a little bit about what you meant by the lack of a coherent approach at the hospital?
Based on the information that I reviewed, I never was provided any type of treatment plan or a multidisciplinary treatment plan. I know that Dr. Katzenstein references that in her notes and the therapy notes. I didn't ever review any type of treatment plan, even for therapy. In fact, during the course that she saw her, I was able to review the notes provided to me, which would have been every contact or attempted contact with Maya, so I reviewed those as part of the process as well.
And in reviewing Dr. Katzenstein's notes and the limited notes of Dr. Cavett, did you come to learn approximately how many hours of cognitive behavioral therapy they provided to Maya Kowalski during this 3+ month span?
My understanding is Dr. Cavett did an assessment on her based on the records I reviewed. There were 2 contacts, I believe, that he had with a family, but he evaluated Maya in one of them. And then following with Dr. Katzenstein, she did an intake with Maya's parents and Maya in October. And then based on the treatment records that I received, they have to document the minutes of therapy sessions. It's pretty standard in the field, even for outpatient therapy. And it was approximately 3 hours of individual therapy provided to Maya during the course of from October to when she was discharged, based on the notes I received.
So there, just to clarify, there have been representations that what Maya was in need of during this time was cognitive behavioral therapy. And your testimony is that over 3.5 months, the hospital provided her approximately 3 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy?
Yes, after the initial intake with her and the parents, based on the records reviewed.
If we could, and Your Honor, Joint Exhibit 1001 is in evidence. It's the Johns Hopkins medical record. If we could publish for the jury page 3824 from that exhibit.
You may.
If you would focus, so before you zoom in, I'm sorry. Dr. Duncan, do you recognize this as the psychology progress note of Dr. Katzenstein at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, signed on October 14, 2016?
I do. Thank you for enlarging that.
Actually, if you go down below the solid line there, it tells you the date of the record. Okay, at the bottom of the screen there, this is a note from October 13th, 2016, correct?
It is.
All right, and if you'll focus on the last paragraph there on the bottom of the page, it begins, I spent a significant amount of time in conversation today. If you'll just read that briefly to yourself. Did you become aware during the course of your evaluation that there was a back and forth, if you will, over Maya's hospital homebound services, and that had caused her some stress?
I was aware of that.
And zooming out for a second again, this begins, I spent a significant amount of time in conversation today with Maya's parents. I want to give the jury a picture of when you testified to 4 hours of treatment. I believe you draw that from the visit information above. It says type of visit, length of visit. Is that where you're drawing that from?
Yes, and Dr. Katzenstein would note, for example, if it was very brief, she might put 1 minute, she might put 25 minutes. In this case, it was 60. She even documented if she went to the room to provide services, and for example, in some of those, Maya was not in the room, so she would document the services weren't provided on one occasion. Her father was there. She noted that, but there weren't services provided, so she would put 0 minutes.
So in the tabulation that you did of 4 hours of therapy over 3.5 months, you included the 60 minutes, which included apparently a lengthy conversation with Maya's parents. Is that right?
I did.
All right, we'll turn back again to Dr. Duncan's evaluation of Maya Kowalski, page 5. Go down a little bit further, please. And the last paragraph, last sentence of paragraph 4 here, it begins, however, prior to Maya being removed from the home, there was no evidence that Maya's mother, Beata, had ever suffered from mental health problems. Do you see that, Dr. Duncan?
I do now. So I'm triple okay. It's highlighted. Thank you.
We'll try to catch up on the highlighting. In stating that, you had reviewed the counseling records from Eagles Wings and the other providers?
I had. In fact, after Maya was diagnosed, it's not uncommon, like in her case, she sought out therapy and learned to develop some coping strategies to deal with that stressor, and that was in the notes that I reviewed.
But in your review of those records from outside providers, you never saw a mental health diagnosis of Beata Kowalski?
No, not that I can recall. Beyond the one I said that she saw a therapist, but it was noted for her having stress related to her daughter's illness.
Thank you. Turning down to the footnote here, we referenced Dr. James Lewis before, and the footnote 3 says that Dr. Lewis suggested that variability in Maya's composite scores on the assessment may be indicative of psychomotor slowing secondary to central nervous system depressant side effects. This evaluator would suggest that there are many possible, and if we can turn to the next page, and then continue with the footnote, many possible explanations for variability in the composite scores. Dr. Lewis's hypothesis can neither be supported nor ruled out without baseline data and further retesting. It remains an unproven hypothesis. First question. Please explain a little bit about the importance of baseline data.
In this particular case, Maya had some significant differences across her scores, and we know that statistically that's pretty unusual, but it does occur. In fact, the manual will go through and tell us the likelihood that occurs. The problem that I saw with the hypothesis was he was linking this discrepancy between scores to medication that maybe she had been prescribed in the past, and there was no prior testing that we do not know. There was some other reason that she may have had the scores. She may have been born that way, her brain working that way. For example, if somebody had head trauma or you had seizure disorder or different neurological conditions can impact, your cognitive functioning. And so he did use the word likely. I testified to this in another hearing that in this particular case, I think even if Dr. Lewis was here, he would use the word likely because there was no data previously to, prior to the medication being administered.
In reviewing Dr. Lewis's report, had he made any statements about whether Maya had been administered medications near the time of this assessment that he performed?
I recall reviewing that that day he made a comment that she was not on any medication, but there was some indication in the records that prior to that she had been on some. I don't have his report.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
If we could pull up Joint Exhibit 1046, which is Dr. Lewis's report. May we publish for the jury, Your Honor? It's been in there.
You may.
All right, so here we have Dr. Lewis's report, neuropsychological evaluation dated October 20th, 2016. This is 13 days into Maya's hospitalization at Johns Hopkins. All Children's Hospital. Focusing on page 5, if we could. Third paragraph from the bottom, if we could highlight that. Dr. Lewis there discusses the selection of a pediatric neurologist is crucial. What was your finding regarding Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's involvement of a pediatric neurologist?
None of the information that I ever received or reviewed indicated that the consult, the neurological consult that he recommended was followed up on. In addition, I'm going to, I assume that Dr. Lewis didn't have this information, but Maya actually had been evaluated by a neurologist that was on her insurance panel as well. He was referencing some of the fee-for-service, I believe, providers that she had seen in this report.
So Maya Kowalski had seen pediatric neurologists prior to admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I know that at least one, because I reviewed the records recently, and I recall.
And so to the extent that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital claimed or claims not to have had a pediatric neurologist on staff to conduct this evaluation, there was at least one in Maya's history that could help.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We already established you were aware that there was at least one pediatric neurologist that had seen Maya Kowalski before her admission.
Yes.
So my question is, to the extent that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital claimed or claims that they were unable to follow up on this recommendation by Dr. Lewis because they did not have a pediatric neurologist on staff, they could have reached out to her existing pediatric neurologist.
I object on the leading and the argumentative nature of the question. Overruled. You can answer.
I had the information, so I have no reason to believe that they didn't have the same information. The families, it indicated to me they provided.
All right, if we could turn to page 8 of his report, please. And let's turn to why that was so crucial for Maya Kowalski. We're 4 paragraphs from the bottom. It begins with the diagnosis of factitious disorder by proxy is a working diagnosis, but this needs to be confirmed by a pediatric neurologist who would work with the attending and consulting all children's medical staff to definitively rule out whether this child actually ever had RSD or CRPS. And from your review of the records, that never happened.
That never happened based on a review of the records that was provided.
Now, turning back to Dr. Lewis's hypothesis about the evidence of psychomotor slowing in Maya Kowalski and his statement that she was not on any medications at the time of her evaluation on October 20th, 2016. Let's put up Exhibit 1001, page 429 to begin. And at the bottom of the page below the solid line, you see this is a progress note from October 17th, 2016. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, what am I looking for?
Just looking for the date.
Oh, I see the date, yes.
All right. And if we'll turn to page 431, the note continues. And page 431. It lists her active medications. If we could zoom in on her active medications.
I can see them. I mean,
All right, you can see them.
But I can read them.
Great. His evaluation occurred on October 18th, 2016. On October 17th, 2016, if you look at that list of medications, do you see any medications on there that would have the effect, a cognitive effect or a psychomotor slowing effect?
I really can't answer that question because I'm not a medical doctor. That's something I would consult with a medical doctor who's prescribing to inquire about those medications.
All right, you'll defer to the medical doctors on the effect of those medications?
Yes, yes.
Understood. We can take that down and turn back to trial exhibit, Maya's report, trial exhibit 2006. Page 6, please. All right, so in the top paragraph there, you're, in the middle of the paragraph, you're recapping Dr. Lewis's report here, and you wrote he suggested a working diagnosis of factitious disorder by proxy, but said that this needs to be confirmed by a pediatric neurologist. This is what we just discussed, right?
Yes,
And it never happened.
not to my knowledge.
And then he also recommended that Maya should begin individual trauma therapy. 3 lines from the bottom of that paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the records that Maya was ever provided individual trauma therapy?
Not based on the psychotherapy and psychological progress notes that I was provided. It didn't reference, it was trauma therapy.
Okay. Turning to findings and impressions below, you wrote JHATCH, which is an acronym for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes.
All right. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital would not permit professionals without staff privileges to meet and evaluate Maya on JHATCH premises. Would you explain a little bit about your collateral interview with Maya Kowalski versus your evaluation at the courthouse and why those accommodations or arrangements were necessary?
Sure. Initially, I was asked to evaluate the parents and Kyle. There was some disagreement, was my understanding, on whether Maya would be having additional evaluation beyond Dr. Lewis's evaluation. And so as part of the process, I asked about speaking with Maya to interview her. It wasn't to evaluate her, but just to gather information about her family, her parents, because I was evaluating them and her brother. So I contacted the hospital, staff at the hospital. I do not have staff privileges at All Children's Hospital. I'm not on staff. And I inquired about making arrangements to go up to meet with Maya. And the person that I spoke with let the hospital know that I would be, coming up to expect me. And I believe it was on a Saturday morning. I drove up. And when I met with Maya, she was initially in a rec center, and so they did offer to try to find us a room, but there were these long corridors where no one was really present, and they were having some difficulty locating a room. So I met with her in this corridor. I mean, there was privacy, and so I met with her to interview her there. And as I previously testified, that was not an evaluation of her. Subsequently, later.
Let me stop you there, if I could. She's in the rec room. You walk down the hallway with her. What stands out to you about the interaction that you had with her in the hallway as you're conducting this interview?
Certainly one of the things is her condition. During the time she was in a wheelchair, and so I helped wheel her out. And I was, I believe I was sitting on a bench. It may have been a chair, but my back was against the wall, and she was adjacent to me. And the way that her feet were turned, I think it would have been impossible, to maintain that posture for a period of time that I met with her. In addition, she was very concerned about people overhearing our conversation, even though the hallway was, I think maybe a couple people walked by, but we would quit talking. It was very isolated. And what else stood out for me about that interview is she told me that she had not been able to speak with anyone privately, and that she wanted to speak with her priest in private and her attorney, and to please get messages to her attorney that she could not have private calls with him.
Now, turning to that versus the courthouse, why was it necessary that you evaluate her at the courthouse?
I did not have staff privileges at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and it's with many hospitals, it takes a while to go through the accreditation process, and they have to have a meeting to approve you. I have been on at other hospitals, I just haven't there. And so, because of their policies, that you, in order to do an evaluation on the premises, you have to be staffed, and this was time sensitive. It was made arrangements for her uncle to pick her up, was my understanding. He's the one that brought her to the courthouse. and the court made arrangements for me to use a private room. It was well ventilated. There were windows, but it was private location. It was the appropriate place to do assessment.
The long and the short of it is that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital did not grant you emergency privileges so that you could conduct this evaluation in the hospital.
Objected the form. I'm sorry. Objection on foundation and
Sustained.
Were you allowed to conduct an evaluation of Maya Kowalski in the hospital?
No, because I didn't have staff privileges.
Turning down within this paragraph here, findings and impressions, you wrote she was not observed to move her legs or feet for the duration of the meeting. You described this earlier with her feet turning in, correct?
Yes, this was description that was when I was doing the evaluation at the courthouse, not early on. I mean, I saw observed similar behavior at both times.
All right, and then at the courthouse then, the next sentence begins, several small wounds were observed on her face and hands. And then you, Maya denied harming herself and conveying the wounds were lesions. Did you observe these wounds?
I did, and I didn't, these were not visible when I met with her previously, when I interviewed her.
Okay. And you described a second ago that because of the staff privileges issue, she had to be transported to the courthouse by her uncle. So the hospital had to discharge her for that purpose. So the next sentence begins, at the onset of the meeting, Maya apologized for her appearance, indicating her hair was messy. And then you wrote, her hair was not noticeably disheveled. However, it did appear that it needed to be washed. Was it your impression that the hospital had not washed her hair recently?
I could back and refer to my notes, but I visibly remember that it looked like it had not been washed in quite some time. There was a noticeable amount of maybe greasiness. I don't know if that's the appropriate term. And she seemed to be embarrassed about her appearance, when she came in. And of course, I told her, it was fine. That I just wanted to be comfortable because we were going to talk some. I explained the process that we were going to work on that day.
All right. At the bottom of page 7 of the report, you begin to summarize your clinical interview and sentence completion with Maya. And then we'll turn, it's just a header there on page 7. We'll turn to page 8, which continues with the clinical interview. Second paragraph, you wrote about Maya. She did not express any concerns regarding her parents or the care her parents had provided her. She did say she worries about her brother, as she knows he cries about her health. Do you recall any further detail about those statements?
Those were very similar to the statement she had provided me earlier when I met with her as a collateral to gather information about her relationships with her parent and brother. Earlier, she didn't express concerns about their treatment of her. She did express concerns about her brother being very upset and concerned about her.
Maya had just turned 11 years old at this time. Did she appear to be bright and a good historian of her medical history?
She had an advanced communicative demeanor for her age, and that was pretty consistent with some comments that Dr. Lewis observed as well in his report.
And so did you feel that what she was relaying to you was accurate to the best of her abilities?
I believe she was being truthful, and in her reports to me, I understood as a child her perceptions might be different than an adult, but again, her communicative demeanor was pretty advanced for her age.
Turning further down the page, fourth full paragraph there. On the right side here, it's split screen now. Next paragraph. Last sentence or two here. Maya offered that she particularly disliked the hospital social worker, Catherine Beatty, as she is one of the people that interferes with her ability to communicate with and see others. What additional detail do you recall from your interview with Maya Kowalski on that point?
I know that Maya, her understanding was that, I think she saw Miss Beatty as a gatekeeper, and it was unclear to me whether Miss Beatty was following rules that were in place, or she was taking it upon herself, or maybe Maya's perceptions were not the same as maybe another observer would be. But she indicated that if she tried to make calls, even to her attorney, that she would sit in the room.
Catherine Beatty.
Yes.
We continue, next paragraph. Maya repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain. Now, you had already, by this point, conducted your collateral interview with Dr. Katzenstein, is that true?
By this time, I had spoken with her on 2 occasions.
All right. And you were aware of Dr. Katzenstein's diagnosis?
I recall seeing an initial diagnosis, one of the early...
Let me show it to you.
Okay.
If we could turn to Joint Exhibit 1001, page 3828. This is a continuation of the October 13th progress note from Dr. Katzenstein that we looked at earlier. This is the 60-minute evaluation. And if we look here, page 3828, towards the bottom of the page, there's kind of a white space there. There's a break. And then it says diagnosis. Would you read that diagnosis to the jury, please? And if you can, explain a little bit about that diagnosis.
It's psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. F54, which is the coding for it, says severe, as there is a close association between her significant stress, anxiety, and exacerbation of pain. And so I will note that this was on the early notes, and I did not see it in later ones. And Dr. Katzenstein did not reference this diagnosis when I spoke with her at a later date, but on this particular date where that diagnosis is present, which is consistent with, she told me she believed the child had some medical conditions, but there was a psychological component to the illness as well. So for example, a lot of times, for example, if people are diagnosed with cancer, they may have a lot of anxiety, and the anxiety might impact their ability to adhere to treatment. And so in this case, she saw her as having some type of medical condition. She said that to me when I spoke with her. Like me, she is, not qualified to make a medical diagnosis. We rely on the other professionals that have that training to do so. But she did recognize that she would benefit from therapy to help learn to manage some of her stress. And that's a lot of the notes were focused on anxiety management, I noticed, in use of cognitive behavioral therapy.
So this diagnosis, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions, am I correct that this is psychological manifestation, symptoms overlaid on top of a legitimate medical condition?
I think that that's a fair summary of what she was suggesting.
All right.
With this diagnosis.
And on one occasion or more than one occasion, Dr. Katzenstein expressed to you that she believed Maya had a physical condition.
She did. She never referenced this diagnosis to me. I spoke with her after she had seen her 8 or 9 occasions, and the date that I spoke with her, the notes, I have from her, what she reported to me verbally, matched the medical records that she provided me. And at that point, again, she didn't mention a specific diagnosis, but she was concerned about her mental health, and she was concerned about the child expressing that she was stressed and feeling isolated because she was not able to see and spend time with the people that she wanted to.
All right, if we could turn for a second to 10,001-3817. It's another progress note from Jennifer Katzenstein, dated October 19th, 2016, so about a week later. And if you'll highlight the interval history, all of the following, the 3 paragraphs there. And in the first paragraph, I want to focus on Maya was relating in the middle of the paragraph to Dr. Katzenstein that the physical therapy, especially the physical therapy at TGH, was the worst thing for her RSD. Did Maya explain that to you?
She did not speak of TGH a whole lot with me. She spoke more of the therapy at Johns Hopkins All Children Hospital.
And she also discussed here hyperbaric oxygen therapy and Maya's thoughts that it had been helpful.
Yes.
And then, second to last paragraph there, when asked to define her pain, Maya stated that she has pain all over and it is really bad. Subjective reports of pain, how do you treat those in your practice? If a patient reports pain to you, especially a pediatric patient, a child, do you take that at face value, or how do you account for that?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation and the witness's training and experience is not a medical.
Overruled.
I believe one of the reasons that Dr. Katzenstein was employing cognitive behavioral therapy is because Maya did believe whether she was experiencing, not her perception is her reality, that she was experiencing significant pain. And that's why if you look at the psychological progress notes for the therapy, she focused a lot on cognitive behavioral therapy. She used some patient education, and she used some biofeedback based on her notes.
In the last sentence there of that second to last paragraph, she described her parents as her main form of coping, and that she stated she would eat more if they were here. She asked me if she could send her parents a letter, which I deferred to the medical team. In your conversations with Dr. Katzenstein, did she ever explain to you why she needed to consult with the medical team before allowing Maya to communicate with her parents?
No, that topic never came up.
All right, we can turn back now to the report of Maya Kowalski, Exhibit 2006, and we're back at page 8. And the last paragraph there begins, Maya repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain. Well, Dr. Katzenstein believed she was in pain, but apparently some of the other professionals did not.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and leading. It's also mischaracterization of the report.
Well, let's get the whole question. I'm sorry, can I hear the question again, please?
I don't know if I can recall it perfectly, but I'll just re-ask it.
Thank you.
This statement, Maya repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain. Was that a reference to the professionals at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
It was when she spoke with me.
All right. Moving down in the middle of the paragraph, she expressed frustration over physical and occupational therapy at JHATCH. She stated that they were the worst. She stated that therapy has exhausted her and the pain is worse after participation in them. Any further detail that you recall?
That's generally a summary of what she shared with me, and as I mentioned earlier, I think that that's one of the things Dr. Katzenstein was trying to work with her when those brief meetings she had with her is compliance, to get her to comply with some of the therapies. In fact, they initiated like a behavior chart with some incentives in place to try to get Maya to be motivated to do those, even though they were uncomfortable for her.
All right. Turning to page 9, first paragraph. That's Maya. She conveyed that she liked the therapist, Rebecca Johnson, she was seeing prior to her admission to JHATCH. Rebecca Johnson, from your knowledge, is with Eagle Wings?
She is. That's the individual. I could not recall her name. And I will say that I know when she first started working with Maya, she worked with Lauren Mock. I think she was finishing up her licensure requirements. But I do know at the time, like in December, she was fully licensed because there was some discussion, or in January, about her continuing to be able to see her, because one of the current concerns was making sure somebody was qualified, given some of the concerns about diagnosis.
Do you recall, in your review of the records of Eagle Wings and Rebecca Johnson, the frequency with which Maya was attending therapy?
Based on the reports obtained from Eagle's Wings and also the family and Maya, she was seeing her on a consistent basis, like weekly.
And that would be more appropriate than 3 or 4 hours over 3.5 months?
Based on what I know about this child, I was shocked when I learned the little psychotherapy she was given, particularly since a lot of people were attributing her issues to psychological issues rather than medical and maybe psychological.
And it looks like on the third paragraph, one of your exercises was a sentence completion exercise. Would you explain the usefulness of this in a psychological evaluation?
Sure. Often when you can do this with adults, I tend to use it more with adolescents and children. It's considered a subjective psychological measure, which means that you can't derive a score for it. I like to tell individuals that often you look for themes and to see if they're consistent with things maybe the child or the adolescent. Could be an adult if you administer it to an adult or sharing with you, or maybe information that you're getting in other records. And so what happens is I start a sentence and the child completes it. And it can be given one of two ways. Maya is very bright, so I could have had her fill it out. What I ended up doing is reading it to her and filling it out. Just part of that had to do with the time because we were limited in the courtroom. It's not a measure that you follow up and say to the child, why did you answer that way? Again, it's more about looking for things that are consistent with maybe the information you get in a clinical interview or from other people that may have concerns about the child.
All right, if we could highlight the prompts and the responses here that were conducted. It's the italicized text there. So you would prompt her, for example, you would say, most of all I want, and then Maya would respond?
Yes, she'd say to go home.
All right, and you would prompt her, turning the second to last line, my mother won't.
Second line here.
Second to last line.
Oh, second to let's see.
So,
here's my mother won't. Like I said, my mother won't, and she responded, hurt me.
All right, and then the last one, mother and I.
That would have been the prompt, and she responded, we like swimming, shopping, and hanging out. We like everything. Sorry, that wasn't highlighted. That was part of it.
Next page is page 10 of your report. Now, if you can just back up for page 9 for a second. This is page 10 is a continuation of the bottom there, which is an interview with Rebecca Johnson. That's the counselor at Eagles Wings, right?
Yes.
And in the middle of that top paragraph on page 10, Rebecca Johnson reported to you that from November 2015 to October of 2016, she saw a significant improvement in Maya's mood. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was in my notes from speaking with her. I don't recall her saying that, but it's in my notes that she said that.
Right. And she also believed that Maya's parents played a large part in Maya's progress.
Yes.
Now we get to your interview with Dr. Katzenstein at the hospital. It begins discussing that she had seen Maya for individual therapy sessions while Maya was at JHatch, and that she had hoped to see her weekly, but sometimes she was not able to see her on a weekly basis. So this gets to the 3 hours of therapy over the 3.5 months.
Yes.
And then below in that paragraph, she stated that she believed that Maya was physically ill, confirming that earlier diagnosis.
Yes. Sorry, I wasn't sure what you're referring to for a second.
Sure. You conducted next an interview with Dr. Ashraf Hanna, one of Maya's pain management physicians. And how did he describe Maya's parents?
He used the word amazing parents, which is why I put in quotes, as well as loving and caring.
All right, next you did a clinical interview with Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick, her treating physician that provided the first ketamine infusions. And he confirmed that he has diagnosed Maya with CRPS. Is that true?
He did. He confirmed that to me.
And at the bottom there, he said that the doctors at Johns Hopkins have failed to consult with him. Is that correct?
That was my understanding from my communications with him.
turning to page 11. You conducted a clinical interview with Pradeep Chopra, a pain specialist in Rhode Island and Brown University, correct?
I didn't conduct an interview. I actually, after I had met with Maya before this report was issued, she actually was evaluated by him. Early on when I first met with the family, I ran across an article on Dr. Chopra because he works a lot, my understanding is, with children with pain, and the article was on how these children are often misdiagnosed with psychological disorders.
Okay, my mistake. You didn't speak with him directly.
No, I did not. So I got his
You read his
comprehensive evaluation.
All right, so the jury will hear from him at a later time, so we'll go past that. Let's get to your summary and recommendations after you went through this process, clinical interview, all these collateral interviews, review of medical records. I want to focus on the second paragraph in that section and the second part of that paragraph. It begins, or the part I want to focus on begins, this 11-year-old child's mental health condition worsened as she was persistently limited in her contact with her mother, father, and brother, and then persistently treated by hospital staff as if she or her mother were lying about her pain syndrome. Do you recall any specific statements from Maya Kowalski about the hospital telling her she was lying about her pain syndrome?
She communicated. I'm sorry.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. It's for purposes of medical diagnosis. It's then existing state of mind.
I'm sorry.
You can answer.
Could you repeat the question?
The question is, do you recall what she told you about the hospital staff claiming that Maya and her mother Beata were lying about her pain syndrome?
I object to the compound of the two. In terms of which one.
She can answer.
She wasn't specific to what hospital staff. She used the term broadly, and again, I can pull out my specific interview notes, but this is a summary of the interview. But she expressed a lot of concern that they were not believing that she had a physical health issue, that it was all psychological.
All right. I'll focus then on your statement here, after Maya was warehoused for nearly 90 days. Now that's your word, warehouse, so I'd like you to explain that word to the jury and why you chose to use that.
Looking back, it's probably a pretty strong statement, but based on all the information that I got, this child, it didn't seem she was getting a lot of mental health treatment. Based on the information, talking to the medical doctors that had previously diagnosed her, I'm not qualified to do that, but said that she had this rare disorder. It seemed that all children were unwilling to accept some of this information. I know to get Dr. Chopra's evaluation, that the court had to order that for her to be permitted to be able to leave and get that evaluation as a confirmatory, was my understanding. And so she sat there from like October till January. She had very little contact with family and friends. I know early on she even told me she couldn't even see her priest. They would not allow people from her congregation. I have it in, it's discussed in the report that Maya was an active member of her church. In fact, I talk about that some in the evaluation as well.
Let me move on to the next
Okay.
question. That paragraph ends with no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her medical condition. And then I want to juxtapose that to the next paragraph, begins with that the hospital had suggested conversion disorder and that was contraindicated. How does one affect the other? How does the fact that she's been diagnosed by 3 medical doctors with a medical condition affect the diagnosis of conversion disorder?
If you have an identifiable medical condition that is cause and symptomology, you cannot say the symptomology is a conversion disorder if there is a medical diagnosis and medical etiology for it. And so the medical doctors that I spoke with, information I reviewed, indicated that she had this rare disorder. A lot of people aren't familiar with it, but that the symptoms that she was displaying were consistent with a diagnosis of the chronic regional pain syndrome. That's what they shared with them.
All right, and turning to the last page, page 12. This evaluator does not agree that factitious disorder by proxy or conversion disorder are appropriate diagnoses in light of Maya's documented medical conditions. Based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, is it and was it your opinion that conversion disorder was a misdiagnosis?
It was not an accurate diagnosis based on the information that I was provided by the medical doctors.
And based on what we've discussed here in this report, your background, training, experience, and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, do you have an opinion whether it was a breach of the standard of care for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to provide only 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the span of 3.5 months?
Objection and approach. Correct.
Overrule the objection, but why don't you re-ask the question?
I'm sure you forgot it, so I'll ask
Yeah,
you.
I did re-refute it, sorry.
It was a long question, and it has to be. Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, experience, and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that it was a breach of the standard of care for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to only provide approximately 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the span of 3.5 months?
Yes, based on the information that I'm sorry.
Overrule, you can answer.
Okay. Yes, based on the information that I reviewed and was provided.
Do you have an opinion, to adopt your term, that warehousing Maya for 3.5 months in this fashion caused or contributed to psychological injury in Maya Kowalski?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
I don't have any current information on her current psychological functioning, so I can't answer that because I haven't seen Maya since I evaluated, other than today when, I saw them in the hall.
All right. Let's turn now to, you did a report for each of these family members, and I'll try to speed this up.
Let me. So we're shifting to a different.
We are.
This might be a good time for a break. Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take a break. I'm going to try to keep it 10 minutes, but it could be closer to 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right, jurors exiting.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone be seated. I'm sorry, I just need to go deal with a few things here for the next few minutes. Dr. Duncan, while we're on break, you're not allowed to discuss your case with anybody, okay?
Can I just sit here?
You can sit there, you can sit down, if you need to use the restroom, that's fine, but you just can't talk about the substance of your testimony.
Sure, I think it's best to hear, Your Honor, if that's okay.
Okay, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Please be seated, everybody.
May I stand?
If you wish.
All right.
And Your Honor, we wanted to perfect a record on a motion that we discussed, but would need to be outside the presence of the jury and the witness so we can approach or have the witness excuse, whatever your preference is.
I'm fine doing it this way unless there's a reason to do it at sidebar.
The witness, Your Honor.
Dr. Duncan, if you could go sit
So
outside.
you myself, I'm happy to your honor. I was going to say, I'm happy to. Just let me know.
The transcript will reflect that both the jury and Dr. Duncan are outside the court's presence.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, we want to renew our motion to strike the testimony on standard of care on 3 bases. Number one, it is surprise testimony in terms of this witness never being disclosed as a retained or non-retained expert for offering standard of care opinions. Number two, it's outside the scope of the pleadings, which alleges a medical malpractice.
Outside the scope of what?
The pleading,
The
complaint, which alleges a 766 claim for medical negligence and not one for a breach of psychiatric or psychological care. And third, she's not credentialed under 766 to level allegations of medical negligence against a hospital licensed under that statute.
Or its doctors.
Or its doctors. And I don't believe her opinion was limited to psychological care, even to the extent she expressed it on those
I
bases.
disagree with that last part.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Those are the bases.
Plaintiff.
Judge, she is qualified and was disclosed as a non-retained expert. And I'm looking for the actual designation, and it was in the Yes, she is disclosed as a non-retained expert. Her opinions have been limited to the standard of care in the community. She's qualified to testify to that. She's qualified to pass on whether a certain act or action is involved in the pleadings collapse into the proof at trial. There were general allegations.
What was the din of the disclosure?
$1912, I think, Your Honor. Kelly's telling me. I've got a filing number.
Okay, I see the name. I don't recall there being a motion in limine with respect to Dr. Duncan. Was there one?
Or a Dalbert.
Yeah, we did not make a motion in limine, but we did not have notice either through her testimony or disclosures that she was going to be giving these opinions.
No, with respect to the pleadings issue.
We never received a report from her on that subject either.
She was not alert. And we would counter on the timeliness of all of those motions. They made one objection at the time on one question, but not on the remainder.
2816.
So this was count 17. Yes, sir, not 17.
Or please, I'm looking at the 1912 designation. It says that Dr. Duncan is a retained expert, but it makes no reference to her being retained or offering opinion testimony as to the standard of care.
Given the fact that the defendants posited their own expert late without any approval of the court, and the court granted them the leniency to even have a psychological expert, we'd ask the court to consider that.
Judge, she was not disclosed as this, and she would never give a report for this.
Well, I'm looking at what was alleged in the complaint. And I do see paragraphs 127 and 128. J. Hatch breached their duty of care by terminating Maya's CRPS treatments, by allowing its doctors to act without the requisite knowledge to properly diagnose or treat, and by acting in opposition to Maya's outpatient provider's diagnosis and treatment regimens. Also 128, failed to develop a coherent treatment plan. Instead diagnosing Maya with a variety of psychiatric conditions, none of which were treated. So it seems that this is definitely within the ambit of count 8, so that portion is denied.
Your Honor, I'd just like to emphasize, she's licensed.
Can we have one person arguing, please?
Whoa. Mr. Anderson, I'll take care of who gets to speak.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Altburn, if you're going to speak, I need you up by the microphone.
I'm sorry. I just want to emphasize that count 8 is a medical malpractice claim under 766. And a healthcare provider for which you receive a standard of review under 766 is defined. She's in 490 as a psychologist, and that is not a healthcare provider for purposes of Chapter 766. If you look at 766, I think it's 102, it gives you who can testify, and it refers then to where to go to look to the numbers. And she can probably confirm for us, but she's a 490 license, not one of the people listed in the statute.
I believe that's right.
Well, in any event, there's still the count for intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Is there a standard of care, professional standard of care that's applicable of that?
Reasonable care.
I think it's within the ambit of the pleadings, so then it's just a question of whether she was disclosed. Mr. Hunter.
I'm sorry? Oh, Judge, if you look at the disclosure, she is disclosed as a non-retained expert that is disclosed in a, quote, abundance of caution, unquote. There is no indication of that disclosure whatsoever that she is a standard of care witness. It's just not there. And the other.
Didn't you all take her deposition? I mean, because I remember having multiple discussions about whether you all were going to take her deposition or not.
We did take her deposition, Judge, and she offered no standard of care testimony. That's my point.
There was no ask it.
Your Honor has been very, very forthright in saying that experts, particularly experts, would be confined to the parameters of their report. She gave no report regarding this subject. She was not disclosed as a retained expert. She was not disclosed as a standard of care expert. And so this is something that was totally unexpected and something that was not touched upon in her deposition.
Is it true that there was no report by her that referenced these opinions on standard of care?
her report is the report, and they've had that in their possession. And non-retained experts, I think we're in a little different category. I don't recall, her report definitely addresses the issue. Now, did she say breach of reasonable care? I can't tell you right now because I haven't read the report.
Your Honor, they asked her the question in her deposition whether her opinions were to a reasonable degree of psychological probability, and she answered in the affirmative. And they were specifically referenced in her report, so she testified to standard of care in her deposition. Additionally, neither side provided reports for non-retained experts. Both sides named a number of non-retained experts, and the way this operated was that retained experts were required to provide reports.
Was there in her report, her being Dr. Duncan's report, that we just showed to the jury, is there anything about standard of care in that? If you could show it to me, if there's anything that you are trying to hang your hat on.
If we could, Your Honor, while they're looking that up, can we have a court reporter look back and see what the specific question objected to was? Because if they didn't object to the other one,
I don't want the court reporter, I want the court reporter taking down what our conversation is.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd point to, do you need to see the report?
Well, you can just tell us what page and you can put it up so I can look at it.
Yes. It's Exhibit 2006, page 005. This sentence was presented. She commented on it. It's the fourth paragraph, I believe. As a result of the lack of a coherent approach, it appears that she received little to no medical treatment while hospital administrators and DCF insisted her condition was psychological. Additionally, she testified.
I don't think that's what the objection was.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Anything in here on standard of care, Mr. Whitman?
I say the professional view is skepticism. When she received literal,
I mean, I'd point to page 11. She was persistently treated by hospital staff. She was lying about her pain syndrome. This is the big paragraph there. After she was warehoused for nearly 90 days without medical treatment for her pain syndrome. And then no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her condition. No less than 3 mental health professionals have evaluated mine, none of whom have confirmed a diagnosis of factitious disorder. The next paragraph continues, conversion disorder is similarly contraindicated. And then concluding, she points out that neither factitious disorder by proxy or conversion disorder are appropriate diagnoses in light of Maya's documented medical condition.
So, Mr. Hunter, what is the specific motion?
The motion, Your Honor, is to strike the testimony on standard of care in that there is no basis upon which that testimony was made known to us before trial in this report or in the disclosure.
So you're just basically saying that last question or two, not her entire testimony.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm talking about the standard of care testimony she offered. There was, and if I remember correctly, there was 2 questions on it.
There was 2 different questions, yeah. I'm so sorry?
I don't believe they objected to those.
I'm going to go ahead and grant the motion to strike the last opinion on the standard of care as not disclosed. Anything else?
Well, there's a couple of opinions. First, is it the breach of the standard of care or her statement of what the standard of care is? One had an objection, one didn't.
She can't, there was no testimony in her, or there was no indication in the report she did, and you didn't do a supplemental report that talked about what the standard of care was or whether there was a breach of that standard of care. So,
I understand, Your Honor.
okay.
So, it would be...
I'm going to tell the jury that the jury is to disregard the last testimony proffered by Dr. Duncan as to the standard of care. Mr. Hunter? Anything else?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in Dr. Duncan. Okay, Dr. Duncan, just so you understand, the court's going to tell the jury that I'm going to direct them to disregard the last testimony about the standard of care that was beyond what was in your report.
Okay,
Okay.
no worries, no worries.
Let's bring in the jury.
No worries.
Jury's attorney.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Okay. And also, members of the jury, I want to tell you that I'm directing that you disregard the very last question and answer regarding the standard of care. So I've granted the motion to strike that testimony, so you are to disregard it. Mr. Whitney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just before the break, we were going to turn to your evaluation of Beata. If we could display for the jury Exhibit 2007, first page. All right, so this is your cover page of your evaluation of Beata Kowalski, is it not?
It is.
And your data report here is December 5th, 2016, and about a month before Maya's. And that's because you could visit with Beata outside of the hospital. She was not in the hospital, correct?
Yes, and my last contact date with Beata was in November, but it took me a couple weeks to get the report down, so I waiting on documents.
All right. And I won't belabor it, but the first, second, and third pages run through again the multitude of records that you reviewed. Much of them overlap what you reviewed for the other family members. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Turning to the bottom of page 4, you briefly recount some of Beata's childhood and family history. I want to focus for a moment on Beata describing her father as verbally and physically abusive. And then I want to turn to page 5, where she relayed to you at the top that his primary method of discipline was hitting with a belt. And I want to ask you first, she provided you with a questionnaire before you conducted the interview, is that right?
Yes, she filled out a psychosocial history that asked some of this information.
And was it in the questionnaire that she first indicated to you that her father was a disciplinarian?
Yes.
And having that information from Beata Kowalski, did you follow up with her and ask further questions?
I did, and that's in my clinical notes.
What did you learn, in essence, about this physical discipline?
She said she didn't remember much from her early childhood, but she denied that he physically abused her in the sense that you would be making an abuse report in the state of Florida. It did sound like he used corporal punishment from what she could remember. We specifically discussed this because it was referenced in some of the other information about statements that Maya had made in one of the reports.
And having explored that with her, did you feel that she suffered from any trauma from the corporal punishment?
No, I did not. Not just from speaking with her, but the other information that I reviewed, which is listed.
All right. Turning to the bottom of that page, I just focus on the last two sentences. There was no evidence of a formal thought disorder or that she was experiencing any perceptual disturbances. Overall, she did not appear to suffer from any major disturbance in mood, cognition, or behavior. Would you explain a little bit for the jury what you mean by that?
It's part of my evaluation. We administered several instruments that are listed and discussed in the evaluation, but as part of the clinical interview, too, I asked specific questions, and her reports to the particular questions that I asked her led me to believe that that there was no significant social emotional problems.
All right. And turning to page 6, she disclosed to you several medications, and at the bottom of the page, including what I believe to be maybe an anxiety medication. You were aware of those medications?
She listed them out for me, and some of those are included from information on medical records, not only from Dr. Wasserman, but Sarasota Memorial Hospital, I believe it was from.
Nonetheless, you didn't become aware of any mental health disorder in her history?
No. I know she was, the hospital records that indicated that after a court hearing she had passed out when she went to the hospital, and they had said she was very stressed that day, but it certainly didn't give any type of long-standing mental health diagnosis.
All right. Then I'm going to, sure you'll be happy, I'm going to fast forward all the way down to summary and recommendations, page 16. Now let's just focus on what you found with Beata Kowalski. Like you just said, you reiterate here in the first sentence, there's no evidence that Beata has ever suffered from mental health problems, correct?
That's stated in the first sentence, correct.
Right. And the collateral interviews, what was the consistent, if there was there a consistent description of Beata that came across in all the collateral interviews?
There was, and I had specific questions that I asked in all the collateral interviews. I always ask about concerns about substance abuse, concerns about mental health, how they know the person, the frequency of their interactions, how long they've known them. And the consistent thing is there was nothing reported to me in the collaterals that they were concerned about our mental health when I asked them specifically, but they also did not describe any behaviors of concern. Like, I wasn't asking them to assess Beata, but they didn't describe any behaviors that would lead me to believe that she had any significant mental health problems. They all, I think, were aware of the current situation with their daughter's health, and that would impact all the family members, concern for the minor child. But beyond that, they didn't express any concerns about her mental health.
All right. And in totality, it seems like the collateral interviewees described her as an attentive, loving mother.
Yes.
Then you move into, in the middle of the paragraph there, that Beata could be forceful and direct, and that could come across as rude and demanding, right?
Yes.
And that came across to you at times in your interviews?
It did when she was expressing her frustration over the lack of professional care she believed was not being provided to Maya when she was at All Children's.
All right. And again, you found no evidence to support the conclusion that she falsified Maya's medical condition, right?
No.
Nor did any of your collateral interviews or the records indicate any ulterior motive she might have had for doing so.
That is true.
And so for those reasons, you conclude here that factitious disorder by proxy may safely be ruled out, right?
Yes, that's the latter half of that sentence.
And factitious disorder by proxy is the DSM name for Munchausen by proxy, is it not?
They changed the name when they revised the DSM.
What is the DSM briefly, in case we haven't touched on that enough yet?
It's the manual for mental disorders where they make diagnoses. A lot of hospitals refer to the ICD-9 as well, and there is like an overlap in the way they code for insurance billing purposes, but it is the manual that people refer to when they're diagnosing mental health conditions, or at least psychiatrists and psychologists use.
So, if the evidence shows that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had leveled a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, did you come across any records in your review of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital medical record where you found that they'd ever evaluated Beata Kowalski?
I did not, and she did not report being evaluated by anyone at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
In your field, in the field of psychology, is it appropriate to diagnose someone with a mental health disorder that you have never evaluated?
It is not in my field appropriate to do so.
Let's turn now to Jack Kowalski. And this is Exhibit 2008. I'm really going to speed up here. What was the overall impression you got of Jack Kowalski after running through this process we've already discussed for Beata and Maya?
I didn't have any significant concerns about his mental health either. I think certainly having an ill child places a certain amount of concern and stress, within the family. But again, I reviewed a lot of information. I spoke to a variety of collaterals, and I will note that the collaterals, there were some overlaps, but there were a lot of collaterals that I spoke for example, with Jack, that I didn't speak to with Beata. They had different collaterals, and nobody expressed any significant concerns about his mental health either.
All right, so in all the investigation that you did, you never came across anyone that expressed a concern about Jack Kowalski or his mental health?
No, in fact, some of his collaterals commented that he had been in a very stressful job before he had retired, and that he always handled those stressful situations he did a great job of handling them.
All right.
Within the fire department. He was like a supervisor, so he dealt with a lot of stressful situations.
Let's turn for a moment, if we could publish Joint Exhibit 1001, Starting Evidence, page 3795. This is a continuation of a progress note from, again, Dr. Katzenstein, dated November 4th, 2016. So, Jack Kowalski has no pathology or mental health disorder that you found or suspected, correct?
No, not any information that I
Nor
obtained.
did the hospital ever have any evidence that you saw of Jack having a mental health disorder?
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
I never reviewed any medical information from not only this hospital but another hospital that was suggestive of mental health disorder.
Or in the psychological records you reviewed, there was no suggestion of a mental health disorder?
Not that I can recall.
All right, focusing on the recommendations here. And this is Jennifer Katzenstein. I'm sorry. Let's turn to page 3796. My apologies. Similar tenor to at the top of the page. Again, Jennifer Katzenstein, now we're on November 2nd. So in the absence of Jack Kowalski having any suspicion of mental health disorder or pathology, the recommendation from Katzenstein and Kathy Beatty of social work is that Maya would benefit from a medical foster care setting and be separated from her father?
That's my understanding based on the review of the notes. I did not speak with Dr. Katzenstein about that.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, thank you. May it please the court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You were hired by the attorneys for the Kowalskis, correct?
That is true. I was referred by them. The Kowalskis signed my engagement letter and paid me. You're absolutely right. That was referred, and it's in my consent.
Right. And just so there's no dispute about this, you were not an independent court-appointed psychologist. Instead, you were retained by the Kowalskis, paid by the Kowalskis for your work.
That is true. It was not a court-appointed neutral.
Okay. The reason why you were involved was because there was a dependency action going on with DCF and the state of Florida, and one of the questions they needed to visit with you was about visitation. Is that true?
It's been a long time, but I know that when I had limited documentation providing me about the dependency action, but my understanding is that there were some concerns about the parents and that there were psychological evaluations that while they're being requested and they agreed to, I did not see a court order for them. There may have been, but that I was going to evaluate the parents, and it was as part of the dependency.
Okay, and just I'll show you those records next, but just to be clear, in fairness, you're not a medical doctor, true?
No, I said that more than once.
Okay, I won't belabor it, I promise you.
No, it's true, I'm not.
Okay, you're not here to tell this jury whether Maya has CRPS or not based on your diagnosis.
That is absolutely true.
Okay, you have, since your evaluations of Maya, I believe, were in December and January 2017. You visited with Maya in December of 2016 at Adult Children's.
I believe it was before December that I met with her as a collateral because it was early on in the process. I could go back and look at the notes, but it had to probably be, I would say in probably early November that I went up there just to meet with her. And at that point, I had been previously testified when they inquired about her. I was using her as a collateral. I didn't do any type of assessment, in that meeting with her. It was the evaluation was later.
After you completed your evaluation of Maya and completed your report, you continued to work with Mr. Anderson's office on this case, true?
I believe around 2020, I participated. I could give you the date. It was around 3 or 4 years ago. They asked me to participate in a call, which I did. I know both attorneys' offices and have requested some information from me, records. And then just prior to this trial, I was deposed, I believe, by All Children's. And then today I was subpoenaed by them, and everybody compensated me for my time.
So let me ask you just a couple questions about
Sure.
your report, which is, in Clay, if you'll put it up, it's Joint Exhibit 2006, and I'll go to page 11. And it's going to be the under Summary and Recommendations, the second paragraph. I think it's the third sentence. It starts with the Department of Children and Families.
Yes.
And these are your words, correct, that you're writing here?
Yes, this is my report.
And you wrote that, quote, the Department of Children and Families intervened and cut off Maya's contact with her parents, siblings, treating doctors, therapists, priests, and friends. That's what you found, correct?
That was my understanding at the time.
Okay. Your understanding was it was the Department of Families intervention that cut off that communication, correct?
That was my understanding.
Let me ask you about some of the records that you reviewed? Well, let me back up for a minute. You understood that All Children's could not discharge Maya without a court order, correct?
Objection.
Legal basis.
It's beyond the scope, and it's delving into issues that's subject to an order of limine.
Overruled on that question.
I don't recall the specifics, but I do know, because I wasn't at all the dependency hearings. I tested a few times, and I know that there were attorneys from All Children's, as well as the dependency attorneys. The family had different attorneys, and the Department of Children and Families had several. And I know at some point, I do recall there was this issue of not being able to discharge. I didn't really follow it all, but I do recall something about being an issue with that.
Let me go back to your report since we have it on the screen. And I'll probably jump around from time
That's
to time.
okay.
That's okay. So let me ask you about the last sentence that you wrote. It says, no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her medical condition, and no less than 3 mental health professionals have evaluated Maya, none of whom have confirmed a diagnosis of factitious disorder. Those were your words?
Yes.
The 3 doctors you spoke to were Dr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Hanna, and Dr. Chopra, correct?
I did not speak to Dr. Chopra. I testified that earlier. I reviewed his report, and then I reviewed a neurology report. I think I referenced her. I can't remember. I think it is Dr. Barr, maybe, that had diagnosed her with CRPS as well.
Your statement, though, about who diagnosed Maya with CRPS was based on those 3, correct?
Yes.
You did have records from a physician that had diagnosed factitious disorder. Did you know that?
I believe recalling that, I do recall maybe early on seeing some of that.
Okay, because you didn't put in your report to the court or who would read this that there were physicians who diagnosed factitious disorder, did you?
I recall specifically reviewing the records that there were some rule-outs in one of the physicians. I don't know if I recall specifically the diagnosis, but I know that the thing that I kept testifying to in the hearings is I think they need to figure out, I was being told the child had a medical issue, and that they need to figure out what, if she did or not, in order to find the appropriate diagnosis, because as a psychologist, I cannot make certain diagnoses if there is a medical condition that's causing the symptomology.
Clay, if you'll put up Defense Exhibit 3047-10.
Is this an evidence?
The Tampa General records?
It's not evidence.
Oh, okay. Then
Let's not put it up if it's not an evidence.
I apologize. I thought this was part of the joint. Let me ask you about what you did review and what is in evidence. One of the reports that you did review was that of Dr. Lewis, and I know that.
I did.
Okay. And that was one of the reports that you had to review and comment on when you did your evaluation of Maya. Is that right?
I did review it. In fact, one of the things he specifically requested in that evaluation was the person evaluating the mother have that evaluation.
This is in evidence, Your Honor, Joint Exhibit 1046. Clay, if you could put that up, paragraph, and go to page 7, please. And just for the purpose of background for this jury, Dr. Lewis performed his psychological evaluation of Maya while she was at All Children's Hospital. True?
That was my impression from reading it, because they said a nurse was there, but I never specifically asked where the evaluation took place.
Okay. Well, I'll represent to you that Dr. Lewis met with Maya at All Children's.
Okay.
And let me ask you about 2/3 of the way down the page about a statement that Dr. Lewis records. It starts open quotes, my mom. Clay, if you could point that out, please. It says, my mom, and I'll represent to you, this was what Dr. Lewis is quoting, what Maya told him, okay? Mm-hmm. My mom and the doctor in Tampa said I got RSD because of my asthma attacks. I don't know what to believe because I really don't want to have RSD, and also I really don't want to go back on all of those pills or have the ketamine anymore. But I'm afraid to tell my mom how I really feel because I don't want her to be more sad and upset than she really is. Did you read that in Dr. Lewis's report?
I did.
Okay. Let me ask you if you also read in Dr. Lewis's report, and I'll go up, Clay, where the paragraph that starts, Maya further states, the last sentence, Maya reported to Dr. Lewis, it says, I can't be sure because I don't remember things like I used to. After I went to Mexico and they put me in a coma and my memory got bad, did you read that as part of Dr. Lewis's report?
I did. I read the entirety of the report.
At the top of the page, did you see that Maya had told Dr. Lewis that she understood that going to Mexico for her ketamine coma unfortunately carried a 50% risk of death?
I did read that.
And did you factor that into your evaluation as well?
I did. I will note, though, I did not discuss any of this with Maya when I did the collateral interview. When I interviewed her, it was like 2.5 months later. I mean, I have the dates in front of me. And I referenced some of the comments about Dr. Lewis because I had spoken with her. And it's referenced in my report that she denied making some of these statements to me.
Okay. So we'll get to that in a moment, but let me ask one of the other statements that she made that you may have discussed. And Clay, it's the last full paragraph on this page that starts, in fact, Maya states. It says, in fact, Maya states, and this is to Dr. Lewis, the psychologist who evaluated all children's, I really want to tell my dad a lot of what we're talking about, but because of what happened to me, getting on those really bad medicines that could have even killed me, I don't get to see my mom right now. I do get to see my dad, but someone has to be in the room with me. I just want to tell him, meaning my dad, that I want my mom to get help. Did you review that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple things that you wrote in your report. And you do recall that one of the working diagnoses of Dr. Lewis was factitious disorder by proxy.
I do.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple questions.
I say I believe when he stated that he's the one that made the referral to the neurologist.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Lewis also said that Maya had an understandable severe anxiety and depressive response when learning about the ketamine infusions in Mexico. Do you remember that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I recall it.
Okay.
Something to that extent if you're reading it in the report.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about your report, if we can put it back up. This is Trial Exhibit 2006-11. And I just want to make sure I understand this. You made the comment about warehousing Maya. Do you remember telling the jury that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last
Well, let me just make
I just
clear.
couldn't hear the last part, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're certainly not telling this jury that in reviewing the records from all children's that there was only 3 hours of therapy, are you?
The records that I was provided me, I counted the minutes. I can pull it out if I have the records that were given to me. Like I said, just based on what I have. I based on, like I said, testified earlier, Dr. Katzenstein. I can go through the dates and give you what I looked at Dr. Katzenstein provided. She did see another, early on, another psychologist. I never spoke to that person. It was early on in treatment, but it was Dr. Katzenstein's notes that spanned. I just went through the notes that were provided to me that are listed and highlighted, the date and the time.
Who provided you the records?
Some of those I had historically, and then I had them, and then I was again provided them by opposing counsel. Like they're the same records, but I had both, and like they provided them separately, but I had them. I believe it was maybe Deborah Salisbury that provided me initially that got them from All Children's.
Right, and when you say opposing counsel, you mean counsel for the Kowalskis?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I got them both places. I mean, recently, but I had them too.
Are you aware that there was more than 60 hours of physical therapy at All Children's Hospital?
I did not go through the physical therapy, but I knew that they were prescribing. I'm talking about psychotherapy, not physical therapy.
Okay, you are aware, well, and if you're
Two
not.
different things. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking about the psychotherapy.
I do, because
Okay.
there seemed to be an allegation that all Children's did was, quote, warehouse this child, but you were aware she underwent dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of physical therapy, right?
I knew she was resistant to physical therapy. I know that they provided it to her, but I also know they never followed through to figure out, it sounded like what was going on, which I was really surprised because I know that All Children's has some good neurologists up there.
So let me just show you Joint Exhibit 1001-1951.
Your Honor, we object.
Is this in evidence?
Not to the exhibit, Your Honor, to the line of questioning.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr.
Sure. Clay, Joint Exhibit 1001-1951. I'm just pulling out a physical therapy note of October 31st, 2016. According to this, there was therapeutic activity for 45 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Same objection.
Overruled.
And if we go to Joint Exhibit 1001-1953, again, there's 15 minutes of PT therapeutic activity and 30 minutes of PT therapeutic exercise, correct?
Yes, I haven't reviewed these recently, the times on these, but
Okay.
I was talking about psychotherapy earlier, not physical therapy.
You do understand that physical therapy is a big part of rehabilitation for either conversion disorder, factitious disorder, or CRPS. Do you not?
It's my understanding that it's also often recommended, again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm certainly not an expert on CRPS.
Okay. So without going through 3 months of records, you're certainly not disputing that Maya had over 60 physical therapy and over 30 occupational therapy sessions for which she participated in, are you?
No, I'm not disputing that at all. In fact, I think a lot of the psychotherapy sessions when I went to see her, she was in PT. It referenced that, so they couldn't provide it. So I knew she went, in addition to look at the records.
Let me put up Joint Exhibit 1001-3746. I was going to ask you about the cognitive and psychiatric therapy. Impressions and recommendations. This is from a Dr. Mark Cavett. Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a psychiatrist, been up there a long time.
Okay.
Good doctor.
Actually, Clay, at the bottom of the page, this is for the note. Impressions and recommendations right at the bottom. This was on admission. Were you aware that Mom refused a psychiatric consultation on admission?
I was aware of this. I kind of alluded to it earlier, that I knew that there were 2 notes on him, and only one of them that he had seen the child on.
Okay. Are you aware that throughout this hospitalization there were multiple attempts by All Children's Hospital professionals to transfer Maya from All Children's Hospital to Nemours for intensive physical and cognitive behavioral therapy?
Objection.
Legal basis.
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
I do recall there was a discussion because I was provided some records. They were provided, and there was a reference in some of the psychotherapy notes where Dr. Katzenstein mentioned Nemours, but I was never given the information of what you're suggesting. I don't know how many attempts. I just know that there was some discussion of trying to get her to Nemours.
Okay. And it's a big record. I'm not expecting
Okay.
that you read every page. I'm trying to
Okay.
be fair to you. Okay. Your understanding, though, in talking with Dr. Katzenstein, was that either she or her team was trying at some point early in the hospitalization to transfer Maya from All Children's Hospital to Nemours in Orlando for intensive inpatient or outpatient cognitive and physical therapy.
I saw it in Dr. Katzenstein's note. She never shared that with me specifically. She talked about her work with Maya. But again, I do remember as part of the dependency action that issue came up. And I just, her pieces of it, as far as when I was going down there to testify. And I know that it wasn't clear to me about like why all that never happened. I believe that there was some suggestion they couldn't provide the medical treatment. There may have been an objection, but I wasn't really involved in that aspect of it.
Okay, let me show you a record and see if it refreshes your recollection of something that you may have seen. This is Joint Exhibit 1001-1765. And I'll represent to you at the top, this is an addendum by a case manager named Audrey Peterson, dated November 10th. And Clay, if you'll go down to where it says provision of care in the note, actually start at projected discharge planning and go through provision of care. Were you aware that the parents, meaning the Kowalskis, declined to sign their consent to transfer Maya out of All Children's on November 10th?
I don't know if I recall that time. Like I said, I recall there being some type of dispute and the child not being transferred, but I do not recall the specifics because
And I object to this line of questioning unless we're going to put into evidence the actual document being discussed.
I'm overruling the objection.
Okay. Let me ask you about Joint Exhibit 1001-1760. And on the part where it says Level 2 Case Management Intervention, about halfway down it says, her parents continue to resist to sign the consent to transfer to the Moores. Were you aware of that happening on November 17th, 2016?
I do not recall if I was aware. Again, all I recall is I know there was a dispute as part of dependency action, and there was some concerns about the medical care, which is beyond my scope, being provided at the facility. But I do know that I received records that I believe they were going to send the Moores to when they were, I know that placement was explored. But it's my understanding by all, but I didn't know the outcome.
Transitioning a bit. You did go to All Children's to visit with Maya the first time, right?
Yeah, to interview her.
For a visitation, you were allowed in, right?
Yes.
You understood, though, that you couldn't do a diagnostic workup and treatment without staff privileges.
I did, and I've testified to that before when they asked me questions about her after the collateral interview.
Right. That's not unique to All Children's. That's all hospitals.
Yes, it is. In fact, when I called, I knew it's a lengthy process because I've been on staff at a couple of hospitals. And so when I called up there initially, I did not anticipate, I inquired about it. Like, actually, it was later that I inquired because the collateral didn't need to be on staff. But I was not surprised that it was not a quick process.
Okay. When you first went to All Children's, I believe let me ask you, Kathy Betty greeted you and brought you to Maya, correct?
I don't recall if she greeted me, but I think I testified earlier that I believe she is the one I spoke to. They go to my notes, but they, made arrangements for me, like I didn't have any difficulty finding her or anything like that.
And that was my question.
Yeah.
The process from when you went to All Children's to meet with Maya, it was smooth, right?
I had no issues in going up there, checking in. They helped me find the rec room. They offered to try to find me a room because it was a Saturday. A lot of the stuff was closed down. And that's when I said, I think this will be, fine. Maya was fine. And I testified earlier about the corridor. It was, there weren't people around. And I stayed about an hour. And I let them know when I was leaving. I, walked her back to the rec room.
Okay. You then saw Maya again at the courthouse on January 6th, correct?
That date sounds correct on the report in front of me.
In your evaluation of Maya was at the courthouse?
It was.
Okay. During either interview with Maya, and just for the sake of speeding up, either meeting her at All Children's or evaluating her at the courthouse, did Maya ever complain to you about physical abuse?
She never used the word physical abuse or suggested anything to me of that nature, I'm a mandatory reporter, which everybody's informed me of. I would have had to call the abuse hotline, and I would have notified everybody. I know you don't have to, but that's my policy.
Okay. If you had, because you're a mandatory reporter, if you had even a reasonable suspicion of some type of abuse of Maya occurring at All Children's, you would have brought that to attention of All Children's and called the abuse hotline.
I would have told all the parties involved because I want them to know that I'm the one that, had to make the report.
Okay. So just to be clear, during both interviews with Maya, she never told you that she had ever been touched inappropriately, correct?
No, and I believe that was asked that in the deposition as well.
Right. And the reason I'm going through it with you again is I can't just play your deposition.
No, it's okay.
I'm going through it with you again. Maya never complained to you about being held against her will in a darkened room, correct?
No, I never had those conversations. I mean, I reviewed some stuff after the fact, I think maybe it was just a deposition or maybe, but I was never presented any information during the course of my work with the family.
Maya never complained to you about being held in some type of semi-nude photos or anything of that nature, did she?
No, not to me directly. Okay. It would have been included in my report.
Maya never told you that her rights, her religious rights were being violated, did she?
She did not use that term. I will say that during the collateral interview, I testified this earlier, she expressed frustration because people from her congregation were not permitted, it was her understanding, to see her, and that she couldn't see her priest privately. And so when she told me about her attorney, and I went back and contacted her attorney because she had an attorney, and relayed what she had shared with me.
But just to be very clear for this jury while we're here, during your 2 interviews with Maya, she never told you anything that made you suspicious for either abuse or neglect at All Children's, correct?
Not that would be reportable under what we know the statutory definition of abuse or neglect.
Okay. Let me just ask you a couple more questions about your report. The records, and just to be clear, the records that you were provided, which ones were decided that you would get, was that based on what was provided to you by the Kowalski's attorneys?
No, if you look at my reports I actually got a disc of a large number of records too from the Department of Children and Families. I reached out to, they're the ones that I believe that provided me, there was some duplication in some of the records. It's listed in the report, on my report, everything that I got and who I got it from. I obtained some individual records myself where I would reach out to the therapist and some of the medical doctors, but the voluminous amount of records either came from Deborah Salisbury or the Department of Children and Families. Mm-hmm. I did reach out to the children's attorney, but I was not provided documents from them, and that's listed in the report.
When you interviewed Maya...
I should have, and All Children's gave me some records directly. I think that's listed in there.
Understood. When you interviewed Maya, she did convey to you that she was told that the ketamine coma in Mexico carried a 50-50 risk of death.
Without looking at my report, I don't recall specifically what she said, but I knew that she knew there was a high risk of death. That's in my report. That she heard the doctor. She said directly the doctor spoke with her about it. I just don't have it in front of me. I mean, I don't want to misstate something.
No, I'm happy to show it to you. That is what your report says.
Okay. Then she said that if I said that.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you about your evaluation of Beata. At any time during your evaluation of her, did she express any suicide ideation at all?
She did not.
Okay. And based on your assessment of her, did you consider her to be suicidal?
I did not. I would have taken further action if I thought somebody was at immediate risk for self-harm. As a mental health professional, I can make her act. But she never even described having thoughts of death to me, much less a plan.
One moment, Your Honor. appreciate your time today. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Were you aware that the only person in this admission at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital that claimed to have diagnosed Munchausen by proxy was Dr. Sally Smith?
I don't recall seeing anyone else making that diagnosis other than Sally Smith.
And you're aware that she's a rotation director for the residency program at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Okay, the objection is overruled.
So Sally Smith is the rotation director for the residency program at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I do not recall being aware of that specific appointment, but I know that she had some affiliation with them.
And you're aware that she had staff privileges at the hospital?
That was my understanding when I said affiliation.
And you're aware that she serves on multiple executive committees at the hospital?
Object to the leading, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the leading.
Are you aware that Dr. Sally Smith serves on multiple executive committees at the hospital?
I do not know if I'm aware of that, but again, I knew that she did some work at the hospital and that she had privileges.
So there was a lot of discussion about Dr. Lewis and him coming in to evaluate Maya at the hospital. Are you aware that the hospital was directed to conduct a neuropsychological evaluation?
I do not recall specifically that the hospital was directed. I knew that I got his evaluation because Dr. Caston seems a neuropsychologist as well.
Are you aware that Dr. Sally Smith handpicked Dr. Lewis to come and do the neuropsychological evaluation?
Your Honor, just object to the leading. I'd like the witness, anyway, object to the leading.
Okay, sustained on leading.
Are you aware how Dr. Lewis was selected to perform the neuropsychological evaluation at the hospital?
I recall reading in some of the information, I believe it may have been in his report, I don't have it in front of me, that the referral, Dr. Smith made a referral.
Right.
I am aware of that.
And so several statements were put on the screen about what Maya allegedly said to Dr. Lewis. Are you aware that Maya disputes Dr. Lewis's reporting?
She disputed some of that specific reporting to me, so I'm aware of some of that.
And earlier you testified, I think, on my questions that, and perhaps on counsel's questions, that you, subject to request from the hospital, provided your raw testing data and the totality of your file for these psychological evaluations, did you not?
It was for Maya's, I believe, the raw test data. I believe they had a hearing in.
All right. So Dr. Lewis makes these statements which Maya disputes. Are you aware that when a request was made to Dr. Lewis for his raw testing data and notes, he claimed to have lost them?
Object to the leading again.
I'm not aware of
I'm
any.
going to overrule that one.
I'm not aware of any records requests other than what was made in my office.
So have you ever seen the notes or a recording of the interview or raw testing data from Dr. Lewis?
I've only seen his written product, the report.
And during this interview, we've established Maya was on multiple medications from the hospital.
Based on the information and the records that she'd taken medication the day before.
All right. Now, with regards to 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy, your comments during my questions were limited to the limited cognitive behavioral therapy that the hospital provided during that 3.5-month span, right?
Yes.
And that's what led you to characterize the hospitalization as warehousing this girl.
Yes, and the fact that my understanding is that Dr. Lewis recommended the neurological consult, and throughout the entire process, everybody said a neurologist would be the one to rule out the diagnosis or confirm that the medical doctors were telling me I'm not qualified to do that. And the information provided to me is that that never happened.
And so you were confronted a minute ago with a bunch of physical therapy and occupational therapy records. You never expressed any opinion on the adequacy of occupational therapy or physical therapy at the hospital, did you?
No.
And in everything they presented you, did they confront you in any way with any additional cognitive behavioral therapy record to dispute the 4-hour figure that you tallied?
No, like I just said, the information I have was a duplicate of what I'd previously gotten that y'all provided me with regarding to the psychological and psychiatry notes.
The problem that you were pointing out, if I understood you correctly, was that they were alleging that Maya had a psychological disorder. Meanwhile, they provided 4 hours of psychological therapy over 3.5 months.
It's leading me to ask the answer.
This is Sandy asking the answer.
What is the problem with alleging that a 10-year-old girl has a psychological disorder but not providing therapy, if there is a problem with that?
Well, I think at a minimum, even though I didn't evaluate Maya early on, at a minimum she was on a psychotherapy regimen of getting it weekly. So I would have expected them at least to start with that, and then if she made significant improvements, they might, titrate the therapy, go to both bi-weekly or less frequently. And I think that even whether her issues were psychological exclusively, as some people were taking the position of, or whether it was a medical problem and there were some psychological problems interrelated, secondary, I think certainly the professionals that worked with her in the mental health field, Dr. Katzenstein was even seeing this child was very distressed over a lot of the circumstances. And I think that there was a lot of documentation where, I didn't do the PT, that she got PT because they would go to get psychotherapy and she would be gone, but then there was no makeup session in the hospital.
All right, last area. There was discussion about these attempts to transfer Maya Kowalski to Nemours. Are you aware of the transfer diagnosis that the hospital actually tried to transfer her under to Nemours?
I think as I said earlier, I don't recall the specifics of it. It's been a long time. I just knew that there was some dispute on whether it was going to be an appropriate placement based on, I think that there were some concerns about parents had on whether they could do medical. It wasn't clear to me. I just knew the child never got moved. It wasn't clear to me all the dynamics between all children's, maybe the dependency action and the parents. I wasn't privy to all that.
And so you weren't aware that Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, was trying to force a transfer?
I object to the foundation. She just said she's not aware, and now he's about to give her a leading question to suggest what she's not aware of.
Were you aware of Beata Kowalski's sensitivity to having Maya Kowalski diagnosed with a psychiatric or psychological disorder?
I was aware from my work with Beata that she was concerned that the medical issues, that she had a real medical problem that was being dismissed and labeled strictly psychological. I did not get the impression in my evaluation of her that she was against any type of therapy or intervention. In fact, her therapist reported to me, and it was in the notes, that her and Maya's dad consistently brought Maya to therapy sessions for therapy after having the illness diagnosed.
All right, so we know that Dr. Katzenstein believed that this child had a physical condition, right?
So she told me.
All right, assume for the purposes of this question that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is trying to transfer Maya Kowalski, not with a physical diagnosis, but with a psychiatric diagnosis. knowing what you know about Beata Kowalski, would it make sense for her to resist those efforts?
Objection to the speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware of a phone call that was recorded regarding this dispute over the discharge diagnosis to Nemours?
I don't believe that I ever listened to any phone call or was provided information on that. Like I said, I got limited information because my work was pretty focused on what I was doing as part of. They had a lot of hearings I wasn't involved in.
I think, in summary, your testimony is that you're not familiar with all of the dispute over what diagnosis the hospital was attempting to transfer Maya to Nemours under. Is that right?
True, I had limited information on all the transfer, potential transfer.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, Director. Just to cover a couple things. You are aware, at least in your review of the Tampa General records, and again, Clay, if you want to pull up 3047-10.
Is it in evidence?
Tampa General's not?
It's not in evidence.
Okay. Don't put it up on the screen. That's fine. You are aware in your review of the records there had already been discussion of a psychiatric condition prior to Maya coming to All Children's. True.
I was aware that there were some of those issues, and the child was aware because she did not like TGH for that reason.
Because they labeled her with a psychologic condition.
Yes.
Objection.
That was.
Okay, what's the legal basis?
He's asking, it's speculation.
Overruled.
The reason Maya didn't like Tampa General is because they had diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition, correct?
What I was communicated is that they did not believe her, that she had a medical issue. As the resistance was that they were overlooking some of the medical issues, was my understanding, is why she was upset about them.
Just two really quick points. One on your report, Trial Exhibit 2006-10. At the very bottom it says, interview with Sally Smith, MD, CPT, Medical Director. What is CPT?
Child protection team.
It was your understanding that Sally Smith's role in this case was as the Child Protective Services Medical Director. True?
I would have not listed it, but if that was not the case, I knew that she was involved with CPT, and that was on the documentation I believe I received from her. I'd have to look at it.
It's not a trick question.
Okay. I'm just saying, I would list it that because that was my understanding she was working with CPT. Yes.
Okay. Last question. It's on Joint Exhibit 1046. And I'm going to ask you on question starting on page 2 at the very bottom. You were asked some questions about whether Maya may have been on medications that may have affected her memory at the time she spoke with Dr. Lewis. Do you remember those questions?
I think I testified earlier that I could not weigh an opinion on them because I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay. You did review this report, though. True? This
Yes.
is Dr. Lewis's report. At the bottom, it says during the 3-hour session, do you see that?
Yes.
Where Maya engaged in many mentally strenuous tasks and some tasks that are physically strenuous due to the visual fine motor, handwriting and copying, and then Clay, if you go to the next page, demands. Maya at no time spontaneously initiates any verbal expressions of pain or cramping. Did you see that?
I did see that.
And in the next sentence, it says, the absence of any spontaneously initiated complaints of pain is noteworthy in that on that day of testing, the only opioid analgesic listed in Maya's All Children's medication regimen is PRN, meaning as needed, tramadol, and the attending nurse indicates that Maya has not taken that medication on that morning that she has seen for a 3-hour afternoon assessment.
I was worried, I think I testified that earlier, that he had said she didn't take medication.
So just to be clear, according to Dr. Lewis's report that you reviewed and relied on to some extent, Maya was not on any medication during his examination.
That was my understanding. I was familiar with the test because I'm familiar with the test that he had her do too.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Any brief?
Very brief. You wouldn't expect that. Would you? Okay. Let me strike that. You met Maya on 2 occasions, correct?
Yes.
If the record shows that Maya did complain to the doctors at the hospital of physical and sexual abuse on multiple occasions.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. We're having an approach for you.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm also going to direct you to specifically disregard Mr. Whitney's beginning of the question. Anything else, Mr. Whitney?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do you all have any questions? Okay, I've got a couple of them coming on down. Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask all the questions. Just as a reminder, if when we're having this, if you want to stand up and stretch, you are more than welcome. In fact, you're always welcome to stand and stretch, even if we're having questions. Anything that you want to do, that's fine. Okay. Well, I shouldn't say that. Transcript will say that there were absolutely no laughs with that one. Okay, Dr. Duncan, how many hours is appropriate for psych treatment without resolving the medical diagnosis?
I evaluated Maya, but it was at the latter end, so I didn't evaluate her early on. But I would have anticipated they would have started with at least an hour minimum of therapy, because that's what her prior person that was seeing her was providing. So I would have think at that assessment, then they could determine if they need to increase or decrease their frequency. But I was just shocked for the drastic drop, even overall, because she was getting about at least an hour a week before, was my understanding.
Okay, the next question from the jury. In the absence of medical diagnosis, in the light of the patient treatment, would you or of the PT, physical therapy treatment, would you still use the word warehouse in reference to all children's?
Can you read that one more time?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I misread
No,
it.
you do a good job. Just me, I'm tired.
In the absence of medical diagnosis, in the light of the physical therapy treatment, would you still use the word warehouse in reference to all children's hospital?
I used that term because I did not think they were following up on the neurological line, so I had to figure out what was going on medically with her. And also, they were not providing, there was a lot of suggestion that it was just strictly psychological in nature. And so I would have anticipated getting more than 3 hours of therapy past the initial assessment. As far as PT, I'm not a medical doctor, but in my experience, people that get PT, I've worked in inpatient rehab, they usually have a medical diagnosis to get that. So,
the next question from the jury. Can collateral interviews be performed with individuals that you deem necessary, or only with individuals that are provided by your client?
I do both as part of my evaluation. So, they did in this case list the teachers, but it's not uncommon for people not to list people. And so, in my work, just not in this case, I often ask to speak to individuals that may be not listed that I know are relevant. Obviously, the people can choose to participate or not. The collateral can, but in this case, I believe that all of the collaterals, the majority of them, the family did provide me as far as the professionals and so forth. But I don't recall anybody specifically say, "Can you call Dr. Katzenstein?" And I make the effort to call her.
The next question. Do you know if there was an option to apply for temporary privileges at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital that would fast track an approval to allow you to evaluate Maya at the hospital, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
My understanding was there wasn't. They just kind of have a meeting, and it's usually 2 or 3 months, because I know that I had some discussions, and it was probably in December. It was prior to me evaluating her, and so there wasn't anything that I was told about, and I couldn't find anything online about it. So I inquired. I think it was actually Catherine Beatty that maybe initially that I had asked about, and she directed me to somebody.
Okay. Plaintiffs, any further follow-up questions?
Nothing from plaintiffs. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Jurors, any further follow-up questions? May Dr. Duncan be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, there is one more witness for today. Do you all want or need to take a 5-minute break, or I'm told that we will be able to finish by 5 o'clock if we start right away.
Judge, I do have a small issue I need to bring to the court's attention before the next witness.
Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break?
Sorry.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. But let's keep this to 5 minutes.
All right, for a second thing.
Okay, the jury's out of our presence. Ms. Crowell, you spoke first, so what's your issue?
Okay. Judge, the issue that I have with the next.
And everyone, feel free to sit down if you want. If you need to go use the restroom yourselves, feel free to do that too.
The issue I have with this next witness, Judge, is anticipated hearsay that they're going to try to get from Father Costello, and I wanted to address it with the court now. When Father Costello was deposed,
Stand here. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. You can come around this way.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Father John Costello.
And you were at one point priest to the parish that the Kowalskis were members of?
Yes.
Where were you born? Tell us a little bit about your background.
I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Oldest of 8 children. Went to all Catholic schools, grammar school, high school, college, grad school. When I graduated high school, I went into the Irish Christian Brothers, which is a religious community that teaches school. I taught all over the East Coast, mainly biology, microbiology, anatomy, and different theology courses. And then I developed a vocal cord problem when I was in New Jersey, and I finally went to Mass General, and they told me to move to Florida. So that's how I ended in Florida, because the humidity would help my vocal cords stick together.
Got it.
So that's how I ended up here. Back in '93, I left the Brothers because of the voice. I couldn't run the labs. You have to be loud. So I felt a calling to priesthood. So in '96, I was ordained to this diocese. And I went a few parishes, Naples, Bradenton, and then the bishop asked me to go to the cathedral in Venice here. And I was there 13 years.
Very good. And are you still, and I don't know if the term is practicing, or are you still...
Well, I'm retired, but I'm still active.
Okay.
Covering,
You're
masses.
called in from time to time to...
More than time to time.
All right. And so, you know the Kowalskis?
Yes, yeah.
And did you know that you knew the Kowalskis prior to these incidents with Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how long and how well you knew the Kowalskis.
How I met them was Sister Frances Lawler, who ran our religious education program, came to me, I think it was in the fall of 2015, early 2016. I mentioned that there was a family in the religious ed program that had a sick daughter, and they wanted me to come to the home and give her the sacrament of the sick. So Sister and I went to their home. That's the first time I got to know them.
Okay. And so, do you have... did you see the Kowalskis then at the church, at the parish?
Yeah, after that, because I met them,
right.
If I had a mass they were at, I'd see Maya there and the family.
So approximately how, before all of this occurred, how long had you known them?
8 months, a year.
Okay. But you were their parish priest?
Yes.
And you had the opportunity to speak with them from time to time?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, I'd like to then turn to the first time that you found out anything about Maya Kowalski's illness. How did that come about?
Well, as I mentioned, Sister mentioned it to me first. Then going to the home, Beata, the mother, explained what Maya had been going through. And then a couple of months after that, Sister came to me about that the family needed money for medicine for her. Could we help them out?
All right. And was there a drive there at the hospital to try to raise some money for them because of the costs?
Yes, there were, the parish, I spoke before all the masses, and I told people that she had a disease, that we heard that the only way they could treat it was a medicine that in the U.S. they didn't give to children. They had to go to Mexico So if they'd like to help the family out, they could put checks in the collection, but made out to the family.
And how much did you ultimately raise? Some $14,000?
Roughly about 14,000 and a half, 14,500.
Very good. Now, did there come a time that you found out that Maya was at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, yep.
And did you visit her there at Tampa General?
Yes, I drove up, went into the hospital, found out what room she was in, went up, and I anointed her.
Did you have any problem getting up to her room insofar as anyone addressing you or delaying you or causing you any problem?
No.
And how long did you stay with Maya? Just
it was a Saturday afternoon. I had to get back for masses, so it was not too long, maybe a half hour.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so then, tell us what happened next. How did it come about that you tried to see Maya again, or did see Maya again?
The next time I would have seen her was I received a call from Beata, and she mentioned that her, Jack, and Kyle weren't able to see her. She was worried about Maya's state of mind and physical condition, and asked me would I go up and anoint her, as well as should get to see a familiar face, I believe she said.
Had you heard by this point about the problems with the traveling Mary statue?
No.
Okay, so the family asked you then just to come in and give a hand since they couldn't. All right, so when you arrived at the hospital, having had no problems at Tampa General, tell us what happened.
I parked my car, I went into the lobby, I went over to the reception desk. I think it was an older person there. Told her who I was, that the family would like me to see their daughter, and she just said to me, well, the caseworker has to approve everyone who sees her, and I said, fine, I'll sit and wait.
Okay. And so who came down? Can you describe who it was?
It was a lady, middle age, brown hair, long, and she had on a white coat and I believe a dress.
Okay, very good. Now, did she allow you to go up?
She allowed me. She said I could go up and see Maya.
Did she put any conditions on it?
She said I could go up and see her. I wasn't able to do anything religious with her.
Why did they say you couldn't do anything, quote, religious with her?
Because she mentioned that they believed the mother was controlling her using religion.
And so did you ultimately get a chance to see Maya that day?
I got up to go up, but it had to be supervised. The nurse was with me for about 10 minutes.
All right. So over this period of time, what'd you do? Just talk?
I just talked to her, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And how was she doing when you saw her?
She looked I believe, lying on the bed. She was coloring. She looked withdrawn, quiet.
How about her feet? Did you notice anything unusual about her feet?
Well, as usual, they were pointed in.
Like this or this? Like
Inward.
This? Okay. All right. And what time of the year was this? Was it in the summer or fall? Was it around the holidays?
Fall, sometime in the fall.
And would this have been in 2016?
2016, yes.
All right. Okay, so in getting to know Beata through the course of this, how would you describe her to the jury in terms of her feelings about Maya?
As far as she was a loving mother, didn't notice anything different when I anointed her at the home. Should have the concern as anyone else about a sick child. She seemed to be loving to both Maya and Kyle.
Okay.
Very concerned about her daughter's health.
Certainly. All right. Now, did there come a time then when you came with Beata to a proceeding
and sat next to her for support?
Object, Your Honor, and ask to approach.
Objection sustained.
And during the times before Beata's death, did you have an opportunity to talk with her occasionally and see her?
Yes, I had occasion to talk to her.
Okay. And how was she doing?
She was under a lot of stress.
Do you think she blamed herself?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
So then, how did you learn that Beata had taken her own life?
I don't remember if it was sister or her brother called to let us know that she had passed.
Was it on that day of the suicide?
It was the day she had died, yes.
And what did you do?
They asked if I'd come to the house and say prayers for the dead and be there for the family.
And did you go to see the family?
Yes.
And try to comfort them? And
yes.
It goes without saying, but how were they doing by the time you got there?
Very distraught, shocked,
And-
worried about how to tell the kids.
All right. Following this, then, did you have a service for Beata?
Yes, we had a mass in the cathedral.
And during this service, I guess you went over the life of Beata and what she was like, so forth?
Usually what I do to develop a homily is get the family and friends to tell me like what her qualities as a wife, a mother, friends talking, and then from my own experience in the parish.
Right. Were you ever aware that Maya had certain items taken from her at the hospital?
Objection.
Religious?
What's the objection?
Relevance and leading.
Overruled on both. You can answer.
Yeah, I was told by Beata.
Objection, Your Honor, based on hearsay.
Okay, sustained on the hearsay.
All right. So during the service, did you talk at all to the family as well as the parishioners about the why and how? What did you tell the parishioners to, explain what happened?
Your Honor, hearsay as to what he told other people about things. I'm not sure where we're going, but hearsay.
It's not for the truth matter, sort of, Judge. It's just simply
That's
to
not
discuss what what was said and what his belief was.
Sustained.
Okay. And so, after that point, were you able to stay in touch with the Kowalskis?
Yes.
And have they been attempting to get over this?
Yes, over the years, yes.
But it's still difficult for them.
Yes.
Do you believe that from everything you saw and heard from Beata, she was determined to get her daughter out of that situation?
Objection. It's irrelevant as to his belief.
Overruled, you can answer that one.
After the ruling that continuance that she couldn't hug her daughter,
Yeah.
I talked to her after that in the courtroom, and she told me that she'd never get her daughter home.
I didn't.
The court sustained the hearsay statements as to what was told to him by Beata Kowalski.
But from everything you saw and knew about Beata Kowalski, what was her point of view or goal?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculative, based on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain.
From what you saw and heard, Beata wasn't controlling her daughter with religion, was she?
From what I saw, no.
Your witness.
Good afternoon, Father. How are you?
Good, how are you?
You've been here, I saw you in the hallway, you've been waiting a long time to testify. You doing all right?
Yep.
Okay. Father, I just have a few questions for you. My understanding is that, strike that. You described that you went to All Children's on one occasion and that you were met by a caseworker, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was your understanding before you went that Jack had put you on a list that was approved, correct?
No, not that time.
Not that time, the next time?
The second time I went, yes.
Okay, all right. So the first time you went, were you aware that there was a list of people who had been approved to visit with Maya?
Objection, Your Honor. Calling for testimony on a docket without showing it to the witness, and I don't believe that docket reflects that.
Overruled. You can answer.
Okay. Were you aware that DCF had been involved and that there was, in fact, a shelter order in place for the hospital with regard to Maya?
All I had heard from Beata was that they couldn't see her. I didn't know there was a list, no.
Okay, and you didn't know anything about an order or why they couldn't see her?
No.
All right. Okay. And it's correct, sir, that with respect to the caseworker that you saw that day, you do not know whether or not that caseworker worked for the Department of Children and Family Services, correct?
No, I was just told it was a caseworker.
Okay. You don't know who she worked for, correct?
Right.
Okay. And with respect to the second visit that you went, which was about a week later?
I think it was, or a little in November, or I forget.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Right. But a week or so later, you went back, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, you, in fact, were able to give Maya the sacrament of the sick or anointment of the sick, correct?
Yes.
And pray with her, correct?
Pardon?
And pray with her?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware, do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the hospital had arranged visits with the hospital chaplain or priest to give communion and pray with Maya?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson, anything further?
We're supposed to revisit one ruling under a different exception.
So you may proceed.
That hearing, you went to assist and comfort Beata. Did she, was this right before she committed suicide?
Yes.
And did she say anything to you to indicate now what she was going to do? What did she say? What, if anything, did she say about the reason for all this?
What she had shared with me was, my daughter's deteriorating. We got to get her home. And they're blaming me.
Ms. Crowells.
So, Father, just to be clear, you were with her at a hearing when she made this statement, correct?
After the hearing, yes.
Right, and this was this was in the dependency court hearing with DCF, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Further on.
I'm sorry?
Nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question? Question? Okay. Father, may this witness be excused?
You may.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Father, you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, that's going to conclude the testimony for today. Obviously, put your notes back into the red well. My normal statements always apply. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. As you may recall, on Friday we talked about how I've got matters that I need to handle outside your presence. So we're not going to have you in tomorrow. So your next day that you're going to be with us is Thursday. So I want you at the rallying point at the same time that Deputy Coley has asked you to be there for previous days. Okay? Have a good 2 days, and we'll see you on Thursday.
All right, jurors exit.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone, feel free to go ahead and have a seat. And before you ask, plaintiffs used 3 hours and 40 minutes. The defendant used 1 hour and 40 minutes. So grand total, the plaintiffs have used a total of 7 hours, 5 minutes. Defense has used a total of 2 hours, 10 minutes. I assume that's what you're going to ask me.
I was going to ask you, Judge.
Pretty close.
Okay. Are there other issues we need to address? Tomorrow at 9 a.m. we're going to handle the legal issues. I've got a half day that you could have. Obviously, we don't need to use all of the half day if you can be more quick about it.
I was hoping the court with counsel we could start a little later than 9 a.m. Could we possibly start at 10? I don't think that the issues we have will require a full 3 hours. As I understand it, we have, although as the court looks at me, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself, well, these two sides could take 8 hours on what color the courtroom is. But
what color is the courtroom, sir? Just kidding.
Oh, don't get us started.
Orange.
So in any event, can we start at 10? I'd even go 9:30.
I'd be more comfortable with 9:30 as a compromise. I'm not quite sure how long, there's about a half a dozen jury instruction things that I really hope to get rulings on so I can start streamlining the jury instructions.
And I've got witnesses coming in that I need to stay up and
prepare.
I've got hearings all afternoon, so just don't jam me for the afternoon. So I will go with you all for the 9:30. So I know the notice of hearing says 9, but we'll make it 9:30. But please, 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 don't feel like you need to use the whole time.
And witnesses for Thursday, Mr. Anderson?
We have Kirkpatrick, but before that, we have Chopra. And then if that doesn't take all day, which I have a feeling that between those two, that will be both, yeah. Judge, we have backups.
Rachel DeYoung.
Yeah, Rachel DeYoung is a physical therapist.
And Corrine Franz.
And Corrine Franz, who is the
If you've got
sister.
Kirkpatrick and Chopra,
That's what I'm saying.
I am pretty confident no one needs backup witnesses for
That's what I
those
told
two.
them.
Okay.
And if we finish early,
Yeehaw.
great.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, if it helps for tomorrow, on the Chapter 39 issues, I'm still very much wanting an instruction on the shelter order and who took her away. The more I listen, the more I do get concerned that there may be factual presentations that on the various orders on visitation. And I may try my hand at something, but I'm worried about something that's either too complicated or not complicated enough, and maybe it's not quite the right time yet.
Let's talk tomorrow. That's a good idea to me.
Just so long as we don't jam me up for my afternoon hearings.
Well, that would save us some time.
Anything else before you all go?
No, Your Honor, not on behalf of plaintiff.
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Now, just one housekeeping item. We're going to run the webinar for the hearing like we have been doing the last few days. I understand Mr. Elliott is going to be appearing by Zoom, but is everyone else going to be here? Because my assistant's been frantically trying to figure out who needs the panelist information. And so I think she sent it to only Mr. Elliott, meaning y'all are going to be here otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
And everybody who's on Zoom now can just use that same link and attend, but Mr. Elliott will make him a panelist so that he'll be able to participate.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you.
With that, we're in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning.